All right, it is 4:40 on August 15th. We've been in a 30-minute recess, and I will now call to order the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting. All present are the same commissioners who were present previously, as well as the same staff. I will now have a citizens to be heard session, and this, to clarify, is a citizens to be heard for the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. If there's anyone who would like to be heard on Thompson, please raise your hand, come forward. Anyone like to be heard on Thompson? Okay, anyone on Zoom who wants to be heard on Thompson? Raise your hand or unmute. Doesn't look like we have anybody. So we'll move to the Thompson agenda, approval of meeting minutes from the July 18th Thompson meeting. I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes from the July 18th, 2023 Thompson Springs Special Fire Service District meeting.
Thanks, Mary. Second from Bill. Any discussion of said minutes? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. I'll move on to ratification of payment of Thompson bills. Total bills in the amount of $2,779.85. Total payroll in the amount of $895.96 for a total bills and payroll in the amount of $3,675.81.
I move that we approve the bills as presented by the chair.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Mike. Any discussion of the bills for Thompson? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approval of bills, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. All right. We are on to the fire chief's report. And do we have Chief Markham with us today? Okay. Okay, great. And did he happen to email over a report? Okay, so nothing to report today from the chief. We don't have any new or old business or future considerations. So I will now close the SSFD board meeting August 15th at 4:43 p.m. And I will now reconvene our regular commission meeting from earlier. I'll rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll have a citizens to be heard section. If you have come here to be heard, please raise your hand. I'll call you. If you'd come forward to the table, state your name, and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. And my first one is in the back.
Jessica Manderfield. I've written it a few times now, but I wasn't opposed to ADOs. As a previous letter written and stated. After learning about them only having a 60-day rental period, I urge you to revise the code before approving more ADOs, especially once not commercial spaces. I think Sherry Griffith is a great, they're not going to rent to non-workers because they need that space for their workers, right? I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the ones not in those commercial spaces, not run by a local business. Current developers or owners of those properties might promise a 12-month lease if they're doing tiny homes or something more permanent on those structures. But that there's no guarantee, right? They can have that for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and then they sell. And then that next person, I can see the advertisements now. I can come work remotely in Moab for 2 months, right? You can have a tiny home to live in and we're a RV spot. And I don't want that. I want these to be for locals. And right now it's opening the door for remote workers. It's opening the door for retired RV campers. And I want it for us. right?
Thank you, Jessica. Next, yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's everyone else received it today, but I just wanted to reiterate, got an urgent issue, and I really just need some guidance from the council as to whether there's anything you can do to help me, or if I need to try to figure it out.
I think your letter was received. And I read it about an hour before the commission meeting. So I haven't spoken with any staff about it. I'm not sure. I couldn't speak to that personally.
Would they share concerns or just to?
Absolutely. Right. Yeah.
Sure, and I don't.
If
you have a lot of other people.
Oh, no. Go if you just want to, I mean, just summarize what your concern is.
Well, the developer surrounded me, scooped me into this development without my permission or approval or signature. He's trying to take away my access road and make me part of the gated community with CCNRs that was originally stated would require me to, from my house that was ever sold, to be demolished because it's a manufactured home in 6 months. This is not good. He has shown a propensity to modify the CCNRs out of on a whim, and he has full authority. The other subdivision, which I'm a part of, he's been using my access road for years now, which I'm complaining about to help construction trucks, but some of them always by 40 miles an hour. This is a gravel access road. My house is 700 and some odd feet from Chapel. They're kicking up all kinds of dust and stuff. And it's going over another lot and then into this subdivision, which wasn't made according to code. It doesn't have a turnaround required. It has only one access to Chapman Lane. And he is now trying to show that I'm going to be scooped in. He has set a notice of a homeowners meeting for September 8th, in which he will vacate my access road, leaving landlocked. And I either need to file something. I need some help. I really wish the council had, the planning commission had approved these without my signature. I came to the only hearing I was aware of, and said, I exist, my house is right in the middle of all this, and he's saying it's 2 lots, because there's 3, and I'm here, and I haven't signed it, and I still haven't.
Yeah.
I'm what's in. I live on Social Security and pension. I can't afford it. I will do my best to represent myself. I have to afford it, but I need to have something done before this temporary meeting. So it can't help me. The way I read it, without my signature, the approval of those is null and void. It doesn't say how to have it declared null and void, just as it is. And that is the position I take. But this Antigua subdivision is null and void. We need help from someone to stop this meeting, to stop the from taking my access road and leaving me landlocked on my little parcel.
I'm sorry, I don't have any advice for you right now, short of consulting people who may know better. Kevin.
Yeah, but certainly, we can check with planning staff to get their take on things. So
Yeah.
The county is aware, P&Z is aware, so we understand what's going on. If commissioners want to reach out to me, we're more than happy to talk about it at a later date. I appreciate Ms. Yost being present and following up. We did receive your emails, and we'll be in contact with you. And if individual commissioners want to reach out, they're more than welcome to.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is someone else here to come forward and be heard at this time? For citizens to be heard? Anyone on Zoom would like to make a statement? Please raise your hand on Zoom or unmute. See, do you have a bigger picture of what's there? Okay, last call for citizens to be heard. Okay, we'll move on to presentations. Our first presentation today is Building Resilient Infrastructure and Community. So the BRIC Flood Mitigation Grant update, and welcome Bill Hulse, our building official floodplain administrator. And Commissioner Winfield, were you also presenting this one, I believe? Or it just had your name on there, so, okay.
And a part of the meetings with Sam.
Great. Okay, great. Okay, Bill, go ahead.
So just wanted to give a kind of a brief update on where we are with the BRIC scoping grant. You remember back in February, we got awarded $30,000 grant to study potential flood mitigation projects along Plat Creek. That came with a $7,500 county match. In May, we got 6 alternatives from our engineer, 5 of which the original scoping was from the county line down to a little bit past Shelley Drive crossing. And of the 6 alternatives we got, only 1 did what we wanted it to and did increase flooding downstream. We look to move forward with that. We actually asked for additional scoping money in July, up to $10,000 to add from the section from the county line down to Spanish Valley Drive. We're going to add into San Juan County upstream and all the way down to the Mill Creek complements in the city. By doing that, we've increased the benefit from about 11 million to 35 million. The project that we're going to hopefully apply for with both a BRIC and an FMA grant, a flood mitigation assistance grant, is a detention basin in San Juan County on civil property. It checked all the boxes. If we can keep those flows down to 1,000 CFS, we'll have minimal channelization channel work. And just for context, the San Juan County is currently working with the NRCS on a grant for this same project. Their grant is a PL 556, which is about a 6-year project by the time you start to construction. The BRIC grant and the FMA are closer. We would find out if we got the grant next July and possibly be able to get under construction by the winter. So we figured going after it with 2 grants on our side, let San Juan County go after with theirs. If we get ours first, we'll take the project on. With the benefits, Collins column gave us a breakdown of where that benefit was. And really the biggest benefit is to Grand County. It will protect some of the civil property in San Juan County and some San Juan County residents. But mostly that benefit is going to be felt by Grand County. We're hoping to put together the grant applications and have them in at the end of the month. And I do have Cameron Jenkins online if there's any questions about the technical stuff. But if there's any questions for me about the grant itself or the project.
Great. Thanks, Bill. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Bill?
Yeah, just the fact that the 2 counties were working separately on separate issues, working with SITLA, just trying to get both parties talking and working towards a single project, and SITLA helped bring that about also. They weren't too interested in having a retention pond off of Stocks Drive, whereas pushing it out to the far end of the valley was more appealing to them. And so it just made sense to bring both together. It also benefits the city tremendously also, not just city is in Grand County.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Any property along Plat Creek will see a tremendous value increase, getting it out of that flood zone. So it's just a matter of everybody's kind of working together. And as he says, I think his money might have an approval process that's shorter than San Juan County's.
Right. So how does that work with the, if we get approved for the grant and it's our money, would we be actually doing the work in San Juan County? Or?
Yeah, we would. If things go the way we hope they go, it would be a partnership with Grant County, San Juan County, and the city. I personally see it where the county is going to benefit in the 100-year storm to the tune of about 22 million. The city sees about 2,800,000, and San Juan sees about 8,700,000 in benefit for doing this project. It makes sense to me if San Juan, if Grand County could acquire the land from Sitla, that could be our match for the project. San Juan County hopefully could take over the ongoing maintenance of it, and get a contribution from the city would be great. But again, I think the benefit to the county definitely makes it worth. Yeah, we could either catch it. The idea is to catch the San Juan County has a debris basin going in right now that they're working on. To take, if we have another big event, to take the debris off of that flow, and then this detention base would go in just below it, and it would take all but 1,000 CFS of flow coming through and push it off its detention base so that it doesn't come down through the county and through everybody's house. Right. It would also have the added benefit of recharging the aquifer. We're taking all that water that could go through people's homes and bringing it into a basin, letting it recharge the aquifer. Just an added bonus.
Great. Any questions for Bill?
I have a question, Jacques. Go ahead, Kevin. I'll go after you.
Good. Yeah, just sort of a technical. So, I mean, the detention basins that I'm familiar with are washes that only flow during storms, and there's just a big dam across. I'm assuming this would somehow just divert excess flow, and that the normal flow of Pat Creek just goes straight through. Is that
anything over? So there's two targets. A and B. A is to knock it down to 1,500 CFS coming across the county line or out of the detention basin. B is to drop it down to 1,000. The difference is channelization work that have to be done to reduce the floodplain around the county. If we do the 1,500 CFS discharge, will have to be more stream migration. We do 1,000 CFS, will be less, but that initial 1,000 CFS will be able to pass through without any stuffing. Once we go over that, so we have a big flow storm event, the excess will be diverted into that detention basin.
okay? And then those cutoffs were when it starts diverting into the basin. You said that was at 1,000 CFS or
1,000 CFS is what the target is.
okay? That's still pretty big, right? That's a big
decent flow.
Yeah.
The event they were basing it off of was about 7,200, which was the storm we had last year. Last year. So if we can drop that down from 72 to 1,000, we can keep that water in the channel the entire length of that creek.
Okay, and then I guess so I'm assuming then that the volume, the capacity of this detention basin is what you would, if you had a big storm and it stays at 7,200 CFS for 2 or 3 hours or something like that. Is that the kind of calculation that, or is this basin?
And are you able to answer that?
So for the basin itself, it would anything above 1,000 CFS would be detained, right? For however long it needs to be, and it would drain the 1,000 CFS or 1,500 CFS, depending on what the detention basin is designed to. But if the storm lasted for 6 hours, 24 hours, whatever, and you had a bunch of water coming in, right, it would allow that up to 1,000 CFS to go through undetained, and anything above that would just stay. And then after the storm ends, the basin would just drain out.
But I'm just wondering, at what point would the basin reach capacity and have to spill out? Is that?
Have the emergency spillway.
Okay.
So if we go over the capacity of the basin and it's still raining and the water still coming in, it will go through the spillway and go back into the channel.
Okay. But do you think on the typical 100-year storm that wouldn't happen?
Right, I think that's what we're basing the
Okay.
the size of the basin.
Yeah, I mean, we have some freeboard, on top of the water surface elevation. So there, so reality, it could maybe hold the 500-year before anything actually spilled out. But, or close to that, right? And you can design the outlet work, so, once you get to a certain elevation, it would spill in, into like a grate or something and come out. There's many different ways to handle the spillway, but yeah, if it went over, if it was 1,000-year event, it would overtop. And we'd have to design for that because it is going to be a dam, basically is what, dam safety would call it. And so we'd have to meet all the requirements to, for a spillway to pass that flow and downstream. So.
How many acres or square feet will the basin be? The horizontal footprint?
So it's about 60 or so acres footprint wide. The acre feet off the top of my head, I can't remember what it is. I have to go back and look. But it's, let's see if I have it on here in my notes.
It was more the acres rather than the acre feet that I was curious about. So
Yeah. I mean, I can share a figure if you want to see the footprint.
No, 60 acres. That answers my question. And then the final one you brought up a moment ago, Bill, that am I understanding correctly that this might change floodplain designations downstream, in terms of like where people can build or not?
Right. We hope to, by doing this, if we can get the project done, either trying to incorporate it with the project if time allows, or do it afterwards. We would do a low mark, letter of map revision, go through and have the entire area remapped. And with the mapping that Cameron gave us, it doesn't really depict the 100-year event. It's for the flood depth flows, but it is going to drastically change the flood depth. We'll be able to contain most of it into the channel, alleviating a lot of 100-year flood area, and even some of the 500-year.
Okay, so there's going to be additional buildable land as a result of this, you're saying?
Yes.
Or I mean, I didn't mean to put words in your mouth.
No, I think there would.
Okay.
You'd be able to utilize more of the property. A lot of the properties in town, along Spanish Valley Drive, that are or 95% of it is floodway. We can take that out, and even if it stays in the 100-year floodplain, at least they can develop it without warrants.
Thanks. Trish.
This is more of just a comment, and I'm not really quite sure how to state this. And I've already talked to Bill about this a little bit. This is just more I don't know what you call it, but just a little bit of concern about development in San Juan County. We know that they have really limited water rights, 500 acre feet, and projecting really large developments already. And so at some point they have to gain water from the Colorado River. Discussions that Mark Stilson has had long ago is this idea of building retention ponds where we can put, take Pack Creek water, put it in there, recharge our aquifer. So you're basically diverting, doing a change of a point of diversion for your Colorado River rights. And so just a statement, I don't want to get into a discussion. I kind of want it more on record that I don't want to be, I don't think Grand County needs to be building San Juan's retention ponds. And so I'm excited that we're building ponds to aid in flood mitigation, but I don't, down the road want to find out that this is how San Juan County is gaining their Colorado River rights. So again, just a statement and some concerns that I've had for a while and watching kind of some different, moves that are being made. So that's it.
Nope.
Yeah, I'd like to just state that I think we have to be very careful making any assumptions on what San Juan can and can't do in the future. I think that's out of our control here in Grand County, just working together to protect people's property from flood mitigation is the goal from this, and what San Juan does in the future is not this commission body's business.
And also add that, this isn't gonna be a Kent's Lake where we're diverting water constantly and keeping the thing full of the recharge down, where the only time it's gonna see water is if we have a flood that comes over that 1,000 CFS. So it may sit empty for 6 years.
Right.
10 years.
What is a 1,000 CFS flood? Is that like considered a 10-year flood or?
The flood last year.
What's the flow on a regular day?
What, excuse me, Bill?
CFS.
Pack Creek. When I've been monitoring it, it's typically 30 CFS coming through Pack Creek Bridge. So we're talking 1,000 CFS. I think the storm we had that brought all that debris, I think that was a pretty big one, but most of the subsequent ones never got over 100, 130. Usually about 100 CFS is where we start closing Kirby and some of those water crossings.
Right.
For an hour till it passes and back up. Yep.
So this retention pond would only see water every few to many years.
Hopefully never.
Right.
But I'd rather have it there to protect the folks downstream than not.
I would just say that there's a part of me that shares some of Trish's concerns, but I also share Bill's sentiments of being neighborly with our neighbors. And I think that there is benefit to a lot of our community being downstream, but especially if our grant money comes through first and we foot the bill for building this, it would be really nice to get some buy-in from San Juan County on the maintenance going forward. And I think that would be a good way to kind of partner together and not left with a project that we're trying to maintain in another county.
Yeah, we've been trying, state DEM has been helping us try to coordinate. We have a Region 7 watershed meeting on, actually it's tomorrow. Trying to coordinate these projects, getting the city, San Juan County, Grand County representatives together to go over who's doing what projects are being done, making sure we're not just getting efforts. In this case, we are, but we're also using it to share information. Our engineers been passing information on to their engineers been doing the same. We're not reinventing wheels and full spending more money on things than we need to.
Kudos to that. I appreciate that cooperation.
Anyone else have a further question for Bill or comments?
Sorry, I have one more. So I was just looking at a map. It seems like 6. So this is going to be like roughly the size of Ken's Lake, except it's going to be empty most of the time. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. And are there other, I just haven't come across detention ponds that large. I mean, this isn't like some crazy experimental thing. Other places have done this.
They've done it quite a few places.
At this scale,
I'm actually working on a scoping grant now through BRIC for a detention basin on Mill Creek, and it would be about the same magnitude.
Really? Okay.
We could get theirs, and we actually applied for that grant because their hazard mitigation plan wasn't adopted. So the county actually applied for that grant. They just got their funding for their scoping. So they're looking at putting a big detention basin in Mill Creek.
Where on Mill Creek? It's
just above Powerhouse, I believe.
Yeah.
So if we underwater,
that's what it sounds like. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So this project, we're hoping we can take care of from wherever that basin is in San Juan County, all the properties down to the confluence with Mill Creek. Be able to take those out of the floodplain, or mostly out of the floodplain, leaving just a channel. And then if the city can get their project going, we could do that same thing with Mill Creek and really protect the valley.
Right. Anyone else? Thanks so much, Bill.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. All right. We are on to department reports. And our first department report is Old Spanish Trail Arena with Angie Book.
Hello,
Welcome, Angie.
I'm gonna share my screen if that's okay. This is the department presentation for the Old Spanish Trail Arena. And OSTA events. The county commission is fairly familiar with the OSTA special event schedule, so I will not dive too deeply into this topic. I have attached the spreadsheets of the OSTA events for your review. I would like to take a moment and talk about the increase in youth athletic events. The soccer and softball fields have seen a large increase in use. I've had to start scheduling some time slots for teams and found myself looking for times and locations for teams to practice. So if you go back on here, you could click on this link and see all of the events. I'm happy to go through it if you like, but I know we spend plenty of time on special events.
Yeah, thanks for that. We'll look through it at our leisure.
I'm just gonna keep on moving through that. So projects. Several long-standing projects were completed on the property this past year. The culvert at the south end of the property was properly connected to the OSTA drainage system. Completing this property removed a hazard along with allowing us to complete a fencing project. OSTA staff completed and installed almost 1,000 feet of fencing and now gives a barrier between OSTA and the condos. The old well shed was a large hazard on the property that we were also flagged on during our inspection with the Utah Trust. Complete removal of the shed was completed along with proper capping of the well. The main arena backflow valve needed replacement for years. This valve was impossible to get during the height of COVID and took over a year to complete between plumbers and the manufacturer of the valve. This project definitely tested my patience and I'm extremely happy it's done. The main arena sound system was also upgraded with phase 1 of the new sound system. The new sound system was a much needed upgrade and was appreciated by the event holders. Completed remodel. The remodel of the front lobby, concession room, and conference room was an extremely large project, and commission saw a majority of the before pictures and the demo pictures in last year's OSTA presentation. This project was such a large undertaking that the completion was not complete until last year. OSTA staff fully demoed the front lobby and rebuilt the front counter. A new hand sink was installed behind the lobby counter, new flooring along with some cosmetic features. The concession room received a full overhaul with new appliances, new lighting fixtures, a new hand washing sink, FRP installation on the walls, code compliant ceiling tiles, code compliant dishwashing system, and many more details. The conference room was upgraded with new carpet, some functional shelves for event holders, along with upgraded equipment. The interactive whiteboard and a big screen TV were installed. These additions have already proved to be a huge added perks for the conference room. All these renovations included lots of deep cleaning and fresh paint. The OSTA concession room is now up to code with the health department and currently holds a permit. Which is the first time ever that we've had that. Scoreboards and backstops. The Special Recreation District grants OSTA an allotment of funds each year for projects or equipment. I budgeted in for new scoreboards and backstops for the ball fields. The scoreboards are wireless and can be ran from the bleachers or inside the scorekeeper's building. The backstops provide an additional layer of safety to the spectators from foul balls. This has been such a huge improvement for the fields, and we have heard great feedback from these upgrades. Maintenance. Daily maintenance at OSTA includes daily cleaning of bathrooms, stalls, pins, grooming of arenas, tracking of ball fields, cleaning and adjusting of sprinklers, weed removal, dirt work, and the list could go on. OSTA staff are multi-talented as they are not only diverse in multiple fields of maintenance, as we do in majority of all of our own maintenance and repairs, but we also operate a large fleet of heavy equipment and implements. OSTA staff must also be personable as they work events and need to provide pleasant customer service. The past year has brought us a lot of dirt work. With all of the flooding, some of the trenches that remained after the floods were 6 to 8 feet deep in spots. OSTA has 2 retention ponds on the site, and both ponds remain full for the majority of the season. So these pictures here just show some of the trench damage from the floods, and then also one of our retention ponds, which that pipe sticking out of the water ground's probably about 15 feet tall, so it was barely out during the floods. Irrigation water. OSTA has 56 feet of acre feet of water to the ball fields, with an additional 20 acre feet leased from the cemetery. In 2022, OSTA used 60.89 acre feet with 15.11 remaining. Oh, our roof is thick. In August of 2022, OSTA was undergoing an emergency roof replacement over the front section of the main building. This project was supposed to start earlier in the year, but kept experiencing delays due to materials and staffing. The project was underway during the night of the first big storm in Moab that caused disastrous flooding. The roofing company did not work in sections on our roof and had the whole roof open and exposed during the storm. OSTA staff walked into a nightmare the next morning. Thousands of dollars of damage had occurred, and OSTA staff spent the next several days cleaning and moving materials and equipment to the main arena mezzanine. Offices were also moved to the mezzanine, and staff worked there for months while cleanup and restoration took place. The roofing company struggled with this project due to staffing issues, and there were multiple incidents throughout this project of additional damage. I worked closely with the county attorney and risk management on this project. As of today, this project has been closed with full restoration and all claims. Emergency shelter. OSTA has been readily available for the community emergency situations. This past year, OSTA responded to the quick demands that were asked of us to be a shelter in place, and that rescues were already en route during the disastrous Moab flooding. OSTA staff arrived on scene and worked with rescue crews to provide shelter for tourists that were rescued from flooding hotels. The arena was quickly prepped and staged to house these victims. I was able to secure water, food, tents, clean clothing, blankets, and towels for the victims from a local church organization. The arena and staff were ready on a moment's notice to help the members of their community. OSTA was also utilized during a winter snowstorm that forced the closure of Highway 191. We ended up with over 80 semis and a few campers, and a semi with 150 head of cattle. The semi carrying the cattle was en route home and had no food for any of the livestock. I was able to secure enough hay in the middle of the night. Oh, I thought, yeah, I do have pictures right there. In the middle of the night from a local community member for all 150 cattle. OSTA staff, along with road department staff, worked throughout the night in tractors and heavy equipment moving snow, trying to get everyone parked safely. The next morning always paints the picture of how bad the night before was. There were multiple tractor trailers that required tow truck assistance, and it always takes a few days to fill the holes back in. Team Rubicon. It's always a great honor to host Team Rubicon. OSTA has had the pleasure of hosting Team Rubicon twice over the past year and a half. Team Rubicon is a disaster response team. The team is built of military veterans that all want to help communities in their time of need. Team Rubicon has done some amazing work for our community, and OSTA staff have truly cherished their friendships that have been created during this time. Community events. Community nights is something I started during open ride nights for the equestrian community. These events were typically scheduled on Tuesdays and Thursday nights in the main arena. Each night would have a different theme and would provide a location for the equestrian athlete to train in a more realistic setting, or a time to just come out for an evening of wholesome fun. Themes would include set barrels with electric timers and music, poles with electric timers and music, or an obstacle course with music. County Fair. After a 22-year hiatus, the Grand County Fair is back. 5 days packed full of community events. There was something for everyone. Exhibits, junior rodeo, car show, roller derby, live concert, scales and tails, power wheel derby, RC cars, softball, volleyball, and a cornhole tournament. Relay races, entertainment acts, carnival games, vendors, and great food. Then there was the parade. The community attendance for the 4th of July parade left me emotional. I would personally like to thank the Grand County Commission for granting the budget to allow the Grand County Fair to flourish. Without the budget, it would not have been the success that it was.
Were you holding a crocodile, Angie?
I was. And then we held that big snake, and then I actually got to go behind scenes and pull their dragon. And then I accomplished one of my biggest fears. I held the tarantula.
Wow.
That's like jumping out of an airplane for me.
Yep.
But the crocodile was pretty cool.
I noticed a specific part.
And did you know that if you just drop a tarantula, it dies? They're that fragile?
No,
Yeah, I
definitely
didn't know that either. And I was just shaking.
don't drop it.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Baby contest.
Can't
I did not see that part.
can't tell whether it's going in or out.
Yeah, no, but it all stayed in. Okay, so the fun part, revenue. So overnight horse boarding, 38,356. Events, 81,875. Camping, 10,532, and then parking, 735. I put previous years along the side for your reference. OSTA's current budget is 700. Well, that's right there.
787,000.
Capital Works. I have a bunch of things overlapping my screen here. I'll just read up in here. With 50,000, which I use for a UTV purchase, money to go towards panels. Some of that was supposed to go through a tractor for our tractor lease, which the tractor never showed up. We actually just received our tractor in July of this year, so we just got it. So that was put into our 2023 budget, and it's in our general account under our leases. And then the recreation board gave 48,625.63, and that went towards pitching mounds and the purchase of the scoreboards and that stuff. future projects, I have a couple of projects that are in the higher dollar range that I wanted to bring to the commission's attention. One of them being the fire suppression system. I was made aware of this at our last big when they come through and clean out all the glycerin. Our pipes are deteriorating. They're the original pipes in the building. So it's not getting the seal that it needs, which is causing all the leaking. So it's time to replace the system. I've received a couple of quotes as low as 150,000, but all the way up into the 350,000. So depending on how we choose that, when it goes out to bid, it could be up into the higher dollar amount, and depending whether we go for a wet or a dry system also determines that factor. We currently have a wet system in the facility. I would like to switch it to a dry system, just for overall maintenance of it. But that's something that I'll be proposing this year in my budget. Just for maintenance reasons, it's getting to that point to try to prevent an emergency repair. And then also the second phase of the sound system is at 40,000. I am going to ask the rec board to split that with us. And so far that's sounding like it's an option. The main lobby doors are also deteriorating and it's allowing water to come into the front lobby. So I currently have beach towels every time it storms. And then we just walk the next day. That's what we're doing to get through. But that will need a contractor to replace those doors because of the brick, and they concreted the metal right into the doors. So it's a fairly large project. And then also the front entrance sign is falling apart. If you drive by, you can see the wood coming down. So I'd like to replace that with a fabricated metal sign. And then hostess future goals. My vision for 2024 for the Old Spanish Trail Arena is to keep building and providing a location for the citizens of Grand County to visit and recreate at. They can be proud to call their own. Continue focus on improving safety, creating procedures for all maintenance items, grant development for playground and pickleball courts, growing success of the Grand County Fair, developmental needs of the OSTA staff, and improving existing facility features while staying on budget.
All right, thank you, Angie.
Yeah, thank you.
I was as you know, as a member of the OSTA and the rec boards a couple of years ago, and it's really nice to see projects that we had talked about back then, like the backstop and the scoreboard, come to fruition. It's
It's nice and to see them get used, and the community be excited to have them.
great. Anyone have any questions or anything they want to tell Angie? Kevin?
Just to go, I mean, I especially liked dealing with the cattle in the middle of the night because that reminded me of my youth, where I was often woken in the middle of the night to go get our cows out of the neighbors' pastures. So I know what it's like dealing with cattle. I mean, it's nostalgic for me. Sometimes.
Good job too.
Oh,
Like
thank
a
you.
lot of hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good job.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
As always.
OSTA is a great asset.
To keep that county fair coming, you know, right?
As long as you keep giving me
I'll
content, I'll
keep
keep it coming.
All right. Thanks, Angie. I'll give you a second to.
So that should,
All right, and our next department report is the weeds department, and we have Izzy Weimholt here, our weed control supervisor.
I just saw a chat from saying she couldn't hear anything, but I don't think anyone's actually been saying anything. So.
Right.
So if you didn't hear me, Trish, you can.
So hi, everybody. My name is Izzy, short for Elizabeth, and I'm the Grand County Police Department Director. I get very nervous when I'm speaking, which is why I usually spend all my time outside. So, yeah, so I was trying to keep this a little bit short. So, anyway, please feel free to ask questions and comments. The weeds department is a very small department that focuses on the noxious weeds of Utah. So that's a state noxious weed list that I will get into a little bit more on a different slide. But here is an overview for this presentation. Start with background on noxious weeds. I'll go into a little bit more about how we do our work. And then I'll try and explain our annual cycle of work. We have a complicated annual plan that totally varies with the weather, but I'll get to that later. I'll touch on department funding, to our partnerships, education, and outreach, and then I will focus on just a few of our projects. There are 54 noxious weeds that we work with. Some of them are in Grand County, aren't too much. So I just narrowed them down to African rue, giant reed, Ravenna grass, houndstong, henmaid, and goat heads. Yes. So just to reiterate, noxious weeds are an actual term for weeds or invasive species, plant species that have been listed on a state level. So we work with Utah's noxious weed list, but weeds themselves are just plants that are deemed undesirable, and they can include invasive, naturalized, and native plant species. So weeds, subjective. Noxious weeds, there's an official list for them. And at the bottom there, I have an obnoxious weed is what we call them. It's kochia. And so while that is all over Grand County and it's really obnoxious, it is not a noxious weed, so we don't specifically target it. Some other obnoxious weeds include tumbleweeds and cheatgrass and drip heaven. What was the other thing? Anyway, so there are some pretty high profile plants here in Grand County that unfortunately we do not directly deal with. So here are some noxious weeds. I created a little bouquet in the corner there of different noxious weeds. So I could read, I'll just read this one very quickly. So at our very most, our highest priority weed is African rue. We have the only known population in the state of Utah. So we actually do work with this plant, but most class 1As are not found in the state of Utah. So what that usually looks like is that we are all on the lookout, all of us county weed departments are on the lookout for the plants under this class. Class 1B are plants that are known to exist in the state of Utah, but in very limited populations, and they're very high priority to just eradicate completely. So two plants that we deal with under this class are giant reed and Japanese knotweed. Both of those plants are often found on private property in people's yards and gardens. Probably started off with ornamental plants that just don't want to escape into the wild. Especially giant reed. I don't know if y'all have gone boating on San Juan anytime recently. There's a huge population on San Juan, and we're trying to keep it from getting into the color. Once giant reed gets into riparian areas, it is very difficult to eradicate. Just some class 2 plants where our priority is to control their populations, black henbane and blue stripe. For blue stripe is another riparian plant that we are actually going to be working with right now. It's a summer annual, well, sorry, not annual, perennial, but it is on the Colorado River. We haven't seen it on the green yet, but please let me know if you see a bright purple flower on Colorado this year. Yeah, I'll go and get it. Some class 3 plants. I'm sure we're all familiar with tamarisk and then notorious Shivine goat heads. Tamarisk.
Bane of my existence. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're awful, aren't they? It's a little cutout right there. My very little seed. it's difficult because when you look at these plants, they're actually pretty aesthetic, but then they poke them in the foot and you don't like them anymore. All right. So class 4 prohibited. A big one is Russian olive, also a riparian plant. Although you can see it anywhere, but our biggest issue is red border. And then a plant that we have started to focus more on is brittle spurge. It's a really gorgeous, like succulent. It's very geometric. It's hard to explain because I forgot to put a picture of it. But it's this very cool looking plant that has like this white sap that is quite toxic. And if it gets in your eyes, it can come to blindness. And there have been a couple instances in Salt Lake City of kids getting it in their eyes, having some serious medical issues. So we are trying to raise awareness on this plant and also expand our resources for treatment. It's often garden. So. And then a class 4 just in Grand County, it was listed, I think 2 years ago now, is Ravenna grass. It was listed because of our concern in Mill Creek, especially. We've been seeing it become a pretty big issue in like riparian areas and also like tributaries of the Colorado River. So Ravenna grass is not listed on the state level, but it is just in Grand County. So please let me know if I should stop answering questions. And then a little bit of background of what we do. So in order to have more effective and sustainable projects, we use a combination of different treatment methods. And this practice of treatment methods, it's called IPM, or Integrated Pest Management, which is where you use 2 or more different methods to just kind of have a better project. So we use mechanical methods of digging, mowing, and cutting. This is a really effective treatment on some plants, but other plants like giant reed, where you even have a little bit of a root segment left, you can sprout back up. Oh, I'm sorry. Totally got lost. So mechanical works on plants that it works on plants that you can dig up and then they die. Other plants like Russian knapweed, where you can dig them up, but if you leave any piece of root fragment left, it can grow back. Or if you chop it down, the plant doesn't die itself. It needs like a systemic herbicide. Essentially what I'm trying to say is mechanical methods don't work on everything, but it does for like puncturine and giant. Chemicals, we use herbicides on plants for mechanical and biological controls to work. We try and limit our chemical use as much as possible. We use it only when necessary, and when we do, we are very cautious. Make sure to stay within all label requirements, but it is essential sometimes for, like I said, Russian knapweed that can only be killed with systemic herbicide. Cultural controls, usually that entails like raising awareness, or in one instance we like built a fence around an area so that we would change the culture of like walking through that area, getting seeds onto like shoes and then tracking it somewhere else. So cultural is basically where we try and change how we interact with them plant as human beings. And then biological controls are the use of natural predation on plants. So a very well-known biological control is the tamarisk beetle. Right now you can see that many tamarisk trees are just browned out. That's because of the beetle that was released. The beetle eats all the leaves on the tree and browns out, stresses on the tree. Okay. So this is my attempt at explaining what we do throughout the year in a more digestible format. Essentially, most of our work is outdoors in the field, either on private property or on public lands. Right now, we're in the summer, so I'll just start with that. Right now, we're focusing on goat head treatments and organizing community events such as the Goat Head Gala, which has been an annual event where people bring in their goat heads, we weigh them, we give out prizes, basically brings them the most. Basically, we focus on reaching out to the community on how to make more effective goat head treatments. We also focus on that in class 1A African food. It thrives in the summer months. So that, as I said, for blue stripe treatments on the Colorado River. So we're out on the river scouting for that bright purple plant again coming up. And then right in the middle of the summer is the end of the state fiscal year, which means that all of our grants wrap up, and so we have to do our grant reporting and our contracts renews. We do contracting, and then we focus on like preventive grass treatments on public lands. And we basically just treat what we can depending on weather and what is needed. Our fall season, which is next, is continuation of summer treatments if needed, but it also entails me getting ready for the county end of the fiscal year, so that includes the budget planning and finalization. We do an annual report to the Utah Department of Agriculture. We began our treatments of giant reed and ravenna grass removal on private property, and then we start wrapping up our equipment so that they're winterized, and then distribute our noxious weed calendar. So they're pretty fun. Please let me know if you want one. That'll be in the next couple months. And then throughout the winter, we do work outside but on property. So that's giant reed and ravenna grass removal. We go to multiple different conferences, where we also present on our work. Maintenance and inventory, and then we also do a lot of site assessments to start prepping for the busy season in the spring. And then our busy season is spring. A lot happens in spring, and it always happens so quickly too. It's go time in the spring. That's where the majority of our treatments occur. I listed a couple of different species of trees such as Scotch and musk thistle, as well as constant henbane and booklips, and then birdgrass, perennial tree, weed, and various napkin treatments. We also conduct a lot of RFQs trainings for the Utah Conservation Corps, where we focus on herbicide safety, proper equipment use with herbicide safety, and with herbicides and general herbicide knowledge. So, any questions on our calendar year? This was the first time I ever tried this.
That looks good. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll touch on funding. I didn't add any numbers. It often varies throughout the year, but our county budget covers like the baseline for all of our department needs, as well as my salary and one other salary. But then the rest of our funding comes from grants and agreements with other land agencies, local agencies. And the bulk of these grants and contracts go to funding seasonal labor. So grant funded labor that is not funded by the county. So we have agreements with Bureau of Land Management, the DNR, especially the forest fire and state lands. We also have an annual grant that I run every year with the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food. That is our biggest grant. This year we were awarded 80,000, mostly to cover steam for again. And then we also have an annual grant from the Weed Supervisors Association. We collaborate with other agencies to do riparian work, Utah Watershed Restoration Initiative grant. And then we occasionally do noxious weed treatments on private property. I try and get all of our private property treatments covered by grants, so it comes at a cost to Grant County citizens. Fortunately, not every noxious weed covered at this moment, but that is my goal. So just to touch again on our partnerships, we are members, or we are involved with the Utah Weed Control Association. We are members of the Southeastern Utah Riparian Partnership, Cooperative Weed Management Area, which is many land agencies in the Moab area, as well as Mesa County, Utah County, and San Juan County, with a focus on the Colorado River. Oh my goodness, they're just so similar. Utah Weed Supervisors Association. We also partner again with Utah Conservation for herbicide training, as well as we work with them on certain projects just to provide guidance and resources so that projects get done better. And then we also distribute informational flyers, pamphlets, and posters. You may remember the pamphlet from last year on the prevented grass. Yeah. We partnered with Root Grant and the National Park Service to distribute a flyer, an informational flyer on prevented grass. We tried to time it as prevented grass. In the next week, we will likely have another flyer out for goat heads. And then finally, every year, our goal is to expand our community resources for goat heads, and I would also like to add for hurdle spur. So anyway, now I will start very briefly on our big projects. African Rue, as I said, is one of our highest priority projects since we have the only known population in Grant County. On this slide, I included pictures of our informational pamphlet that I distribute whenever I can. The green is what the leaves kind of look like. The hand is holding some seeds. They're very small, and there's quite a few of them. And then the white is what they look like. So this is a picture of Maria, living seed heads from African Rue. So this population is near Highway 313. It's kind of on a 4x4 trail. It's like a spur trail towards 7-Up. So it's a little bit out there. It's a little hard to get to, but we fenced it off anyway to make sure that no traffic would walk through the water treatment area. It's about 2 acres, and our most recent big count is like 7 grants, which is slowly declining each year. But since we had a weeds conference this May, we didn't treat it in the spring so that all the weed supervisors could take a look at it. So this year it did go to seed, even though each year we try and get it treated before it was. Also each year we assist the Utah Department of Agriculture with site inventory and monitoring, and then it's the LPI transect plant count. Our other big project is giant reed and rabbena grass, and I clump those together because they are usually found growing next to each other on private property. Our treatment window for giant reed is from October to March, usually in the winter months. We mechanically remove most of the giant reed from these yards, and same with the grass. And so just to backtrack a little bit, this entire project is covered by the ISN grant for the Utah Department of Agriculture. So it's totally free to homeowners who want it removed. We also only work with homeowners who want to remove. So it's a collaborative effort. And then we also offer incentives for removal. Plant free wildlandscapes. Removing grass plant back. So one thing that I noticed this year is that there was a very big increase in public interest about Ravenna grass after distributing that flyer, which to us was a great success. That pamphlets spreading the word and not the weeds. And so again, I'd like to thank Rent-to-Rent Restoration and the National Park Service for getting that flyer out. So again, giant reed, we have not found it in any wild areas or riparian or tributary areas, but we have found Ravenna grass, and that's why we're trying to remove it from both public lands and private lands to stop spreading. And again, give me a call if you or your friends have any Ravenna grass or giant reed. We will take it out for free and take it out. And so our next plant is black henbane and Thompson. Both of these plants are found in booklets, and we focus on these plants between June and September each year. We're trying this new thing where we mechanically remove each of these plants with the help of the board, the conservation board. So that usually 16 days of just digging. And it sounds like it might not be fun at first, and it gets us out of the place. We found huge success last year, or since I last presented, we removed over 80,000 plants from multiple canyons and booklets, and I do believe that this has greatly reduced the amount of seeds and the next generation of plants. We're just finding fewer plants, but as an additional thing, we have established transects for LPI monitoring to quantify what I'm hoping is happening, where the plants are increasing in numbers. So that's our 2024. And then finally, GovOS. They're out there right now. They're happening. And here's an example of what we do with them. So this is right at the food truck area. I forget what the crossroads are for that. But we spend maybe an hour or two every morning on various hotspots throughout the community, removing goat heads, and then you can see in the background of the after picture, you can see Maria rolling this little red thing. That is a roller that picks up goat head seeds. So we just kind of walk along sidewalks and foot traffic areas and pick up as many seeds as we can. We have in the past filled the entire bucket of seeds. So again, all of this work that we do is funded through the UDAP ISN grant. Focus on walkways, recreation areas. If any of you have hotspots that you can think of, please let us know. We'll spend an hour or two reviewing them in the mornings. Our flyer will be out next week. And yeah, our goal is to just continue to expand maybe resource availability, so. I am serious about the Go Ahead Gala. It might look a little different this year. We're hoping to make it more accessible by having just volunteer like polls at hotspot areas instead of people having to drive up to us, deliver all their go aheads. We're hoping to do a little bit more collaborative efforts. Okay, so I'm nearing the end of my presentation, but hopefully I've somewhat explained what we do. Please let me know what happens. So we are often in the middle of nowhere doing projects where we don't get much visibility. We also have our office kind of very far away from the county. So it's pretty common that many people like don't fully understand what we do during the day. So I've included a couple screenshots from an app called Real. Have any of you used this app before? It essentially just, you get a notification once a day and it says, take a picture of what you're doing and of yourself at the same time. And it creates a sort of like snapshot of just the times of day that might not ever be recorded otherwise. You can share it and see it. So I thought I had included what we do during a day. So we have a picture of us bringing native seeds to the African Roo site. Left. Maria and I working with actually Team Rubicon earlier this year, as Angie mentioned, cutting down trees and applying herbicide. Maria and I prepping for a blue stripe trip. Wrapped. Maria and I pulling goat heads at the food truck park. A picture of muddy boots where we tried to assess the site, but we couldn't drive there because it was so muddy, so we walked instead. That's us flexing our biceps, so tough, over on the state line for moving Scotch thistle. So it's not not a full picture of what we do during a day, but so thank you.
All right, yeah, thanks, Izzy. That was definitely not anemic. Very, very robust presentation.
Oh, I forgot to say, a huge thing that happened this year was that Carissa with Mesa Designs like totally revamped our department like look and created these awesome stickers. And so we're very grateful to Carissa. I don't have any right now, but again, call me up if you need any.
I think those are the most sought after stickers in the county. Good job. Anyone else have anything for Izzy?
Good job.
Yeah, thanks for being out there.
Thanks
for the update.
Thanks. Yeah, happy to serve.
All right, appreciate it, Izzy. It is 2 minutes until 6, and we do have a citizens to be heard session at 6 o'clock. So I would start that now. Is there anyone who wants to come forward as a citizen to be heard and make a statement at this time? Yes, sir. Please come forward. There's a microphone right there. If you'd state your name, and then you have 3 minutes to make comment.
Okay, thank you. My name is McKay Edwards. I'm the head gardener at OSTA Ranch. I'm here to complain about property tax. Now, before you say it's the wrong place to complain about property tax, I'm very familiar with the appeals process, engaging in the appeals process. But I thought that the commission should be aware of what I believe is an extraordinary situation relative to Moab Springs Ranch.
Oh yeah. Yeah, why don't you, if you'd hand him out first, and then you can start talking, because you wouldn't be recorded for the record if you're
First, I'd like to say, I believe in taxes. I believe in local government. I believe in supporting local government. I'm not a property taxes are unconstitutional person. I've met those people. I'm not one of them. I've been building on Spring Branch for 25 years. I keep a pretty low profile in town. That's why you don't see me here. My motto is don't complain. But we were raised for a big property tax increase. We were prepared for it, psychologically and otherwise. 2 weeks ago, we actually got the thing in the mail, and we were expecting maybe up to double what had been out there before. We had 300 and 400% increases. If you're familiar with my resort, we have townhomes, we have bungalows. The townhomes went up by about 2.5 times. And we know the market for those. I built them, I sold them. I recently repurchased a couple of those myself. I follow the local Moab market. So those have been overappraised by a factor of probably another 50 or 100%. They went up from, you know, they've been appraised at about 900,000 per units that ought to be about 600,000. The appraiser made no distinction between different sizes of units. He didn't take into account size. He didn't take into account area. There's a lot of problems with the appraisal itself. It was an outside appraiser hired by the county. Just a side note, the county really should have on staff people doing this work. An outside appraiser, you know, there's a lot of issues with somebody being brought in from the outside to do this work. It makes a lot of sense for the county to have someone on staff doing this work. Just an aside. My bungalows, which are 500 square feet, they're basically large hotel rooms. They're detached. I have 24 of them. They vary from about 420 to 540 square feet. There's an open floor plan with a kitchenette in the corner, and that's really it. The appraiser is saying that they have a market value of $700,000. Now that would be about $1,500 per square foot, which would be a value you might achieve in places I don't like New York or LA or Tokyo. Something like that. I like Moab, and our market's coming up. We're not at $1,500 a square foot. Alternatively, the appraiser, and I spent 2 hours talking to him yesterday, he's saying that no, it's actually not even the buildings. The buildings you could throw away. In fact, you probably should, because you made the wrong choice with this land. It's the land. He's saying that the pad underneath one of my bungalows, 500 square foot bungalow on a 1,500 square foot, 2,000 square foot pad, the pad, and it's in if you look at your handout, the second page is one of my bungalow assessments. I was naive enough to think when he said they were worth $690,000, some are worth $720, and he had a value of $588 and a value of $100, that the $100 was the land and the $588 was the bungalow. He said, no, it's reverse. He's saying that the dirt underneath the bungalow is worth $600,000. Now, if you do the math on a 1,600 square foot lot, in this case, it comes out to $15,831,000 per acre is his valuation. So the net of all this is that my tax bill is going from $50,000 last year to $150,000 this year. Now, if I was a better business person, I'd have that much money and I'd take it in stride. And I guess I'm not that good a business person. I've been trying to do something here that's not a big box. It's been a struggle, but we felt like we were making it. And I guess it's the bullet you don't see that kills you. But this, if you look at where this puts us relative to the other hotels with which we compete, we are 4 to 5 times the tax rate on any measure. If you say per room, you would say that we're the only person above $1,700 per room, and we're $5,800 per room. So we're not 20 or 30% above it. We're multiples above it. Per square foot, the highest below us is $2.05. We're $9.58. So it puts us at an incredible disadvantage relative to the big box hotels. And one thing I expected when I got this bills, I thought, well, surely the other hotels have experienced the same kind of increase. Well, imagine my surprise when I look at the column of the change. The yellow are increases, the green are decreases. Three of my largest competitors had decreases. The same year I had a 300 increase. I'm sure there's an explanation. I'm not asserting that there's a conspiracy or malice, but I'd sure like to know the explanation for why other hotels are going down and we've gone up 300%. It's serious enough that it really puts the future of my business at question. And I won't know the outcome of this for, we will be going to Board of Equalization, which, by the way, is not a board, and you're probably all aware of this. It's one person under contract, again, from outside the county. It doesn't give me a warm, fuzzy feeling to have the future of what I've been working on for 25 years. I'm going to have 15 minutes in front of an outside consultant who's billing by the hour and whose allegiance is to his client. He's not here as a, I've been in the business long enough to have lost the naive notion that appraisers are independent. They're not. They know who they're working for. I would be much happier if there was a board of my peers that were actual citizens of this valley, but I don't. So I don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling about the Board of Appeals. And then the answer is, well, then appeal to the state. And I guess that's what happens. But I thought this group, because the staff and the consultants who work for you, they represent you. And you should be aware of what's going on in your name out there. I think this is just wrong. It feels like, it's hard to explain other than it feels like we've been targeted. And that's probably not the case. It's probably something different, but I spent 2 hours talking to the appraiser yesterday, and I felt a lot worse at the end of the conversation than I did at the beginning of the conversation. This was very deliberate. It's not a mistake. He fully means when he says land is worth up to $21 million per acre, which we all know. I mean, come on, let's use some common sense. That's crazy, right? It's crazy talk. I mean, I should say, oh, I won the lottery. My land's worth 21 million. I know it's not. I know I can't sell it for that, but I got to pay taxes as if it were. And in the meantime, that only damages the value of the land because it comes with this unfair tax burden. Thank you for the.
Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to be heard? Citizens to be heard? Yes, Ben.
Howdy, thank you. I've been out of town for a bit. Is this the agenda where we're approving the GovOS item potentially?
The what?
The short-term rental
Right.
monitoring?
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to say that that's something we were talking about since my first day, which was over 2 years ago. And I'm just so happy it's happening. And I know that people are going to get a lot of that out of that data. We used to get questions about it all the time back in economic development. And just want to say congrats to P&Z and whoever. I hope you all approve it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Anybody else here for a citizens be heard comment? And then looks not in the chamber, so I'll go online. Is there anyone on Zoom who is here to make a comment? Looks like we don't have anybody. Okay, so that is our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard. We'll move on. We're up to general reports, and we'll start with commission member disclosures. Any member of the commission here have anything that they need to disclose about an agenda item today? We see Trish online too, somehow. Thanks. There you are, Trish. Okay, moving on, we're moving on to general commission reports and future considerations. And I guess, Trish, if you're ready, I will start with you on Zoom.
You bet. And I'm going to go really quick because
Great.
we have a huge agenda. So I went to a GWISA meeting on August 3rd. As you guys know, again, Kinslake is just, you know,
Brimming.
super full, brimming, 96% of capacity. On kind of the flip side, when we talk about, you know, we've had this wealth of water, and yet the soil moisture at 9,500 feet is 5%. So kind of keep in mind that when we talk about drought matrix, you know, we look at soil moisture, and soil moisture is not great. So just kind of keeping that in mind, it's quite low. I think that's all I'm going to say about that, because we're going to talk about GWISA a little bit farther down the line. Went to the mosquito abatement meeting. They he said they've had minimal complaints and numbers are down except for South Portal, which he said is, again, just, you know, kind of always brimming. And then I went to a meeting about the code compliance position. As you guys know, Josh Green has moved over to GWISA, which is great that he's still working with the county. And we're just kind of in the works of looking at that job and redesigning that job. And then lastly, I went to a planning commission meeting last night. Mike was there, which I really appreciate, Mike, for you going to that. Thanks so much. We talked a lot about what we're going to talk about tonight, ADO and some of the provisions as far as workforce housing. And we talked about the landscaping ordinance, and Jenna is kind of in process of putting that into place as far as the sod buyback program with the state. So that is it for me.
Thanks very much, Trish.
You bet.
Mix it up. I'll go with Mike next.
Stepped away from most of my meetings this up to our meeting here. Had a family emergency. Did get to attend the planning and zoning meeting last night. Had Bill attend county roads meeting, so he'll give the update on that. But had to step away from our county for just a bit.
Thanks, Mike. Evan.
The cemetery met in the regular scheduled meeting, conducting business as usual. We were able to avoid buying a new mower by replacing an engine, so that's great. The health district met, Canyonlands Healthcare. There was some discussion around some clarification really for myself and others. There's some other facilities that we have partnerships with. It's mainly so that private entities can apply for some funding that is only available to government agencies. So the district is kind of the government agency, and there were some questions about management, and we don't actually get involved in any of the daily operations of these other facilities or anything. And so there was some discussion around that. That was probably the most interesting thing from that meeting. I intended to attend the trail mix project that was happening up at Mill Creek, but I got sidetracked and regretfully missed that. But I think those were all the official meetings that I had, and I'll keep it brief.
Thanks, Evan. Mary?
I'm going to cut out a lot that I was going to report on. It's after 6. A lot of my meetings were canceled. The Housing Task Force, Four Corners Retreat, a health district meeting, but we did have a very active travel council. The timed entry campaign went really, really well, and it directed people to more than just the timed entry issue. The paid social media has been a big website driver for the timed entry and other things. The markets that are booking more hotels are Denver, Atlanta, Philadelphia, and Salt Lake. That we're doing a lot more. It's exciting. There's a lot more advertising to out of the country, the UK, Ireland, Germany, Australia, and Switzerland. The dashboard will be launching maybe this week, if not next week, so that people will have a lot more access to what's going on with TRT and everything to do with the tourist industry, our economy. They did want to have the advisory board did want to have some comment and some say in how the Economic Travel Council Department is operating. And so there's a meeting tomorrow to discuss their ideas.
Thanks. All right, thanks, Mary. Bill?
Yeah, I participated in a meeting with Utah Film Alliance. There's further discussion needed at the state level to try and get the tax incentives increased, as well as the sunset date pushed further out. So there'll be an intern meeting in September regarding that. There was discussion wrapped around the 100 years of film in Utah, as well as the 75 years for the Moab and Monument Valley. We have part of that here tonight. And then Washington County has started a process with Utah Tech University to try and do an economic impact study on the value of the film industry in rural Utah, which would include us. We'll see how that works. Also met with the Southeastern Southern Advisory Council to the Colorado River Authority. The biggest discussion there wrapped around the salinity level in the Colorado River and trying to decrease that number for the downstream users, mostly California and Mexico, who receive basically salt water when the water does finally get to them. Then I had a meeting with the park manager at the Utah Raptor State Park. He just went over construction issues that they're having and the costs of what's going on at the Raptor State Park. They're struggling with construction water availability, and they've got some hurdles with the bike path extension. Then centrally assessed committee, I was part of that. Very little going on there currently, other than there is a bill being worked on to increase the payback time for centrally assessed fines or dues from 60 days to 12 months. So that will be part of the spring legislative action. Let's see, what else did they have? Bills across the board are down overall was their assessment. Grand County Transportation, I went for Mike while he was out of town. They just did a storm drain update. There's work going on constantly with trying to clean up from some of the flooding still. And then there's a couple of storm drain projects that Bill Jackson and his crew are working on. BNC road funds discussion. I also discussed the fact that, again, at the state level, there is another effort to try and increase BNC road funding further. They also discussed the fact that their liability insurance costs were extremely high for an SSD, and they were going to try and look into why that was. And then my last meeting was with the Highway Patrol, and their only recommendation was please slow down.
One of those kind of meetings. Great.
I didn't call the meeting.
All right, Kevin.
Let's see. I guess the most interesting meeting I went to was the public hearing for the sewage wastewater treatment for the Cane Springs development, down toward Egg Ranch, that area. It was a pretty well attended public hearing, but I think this permit, I learned there is going to be decided on very narrow grounds. They're not, issues of whether flooding in the area might be a problem or whether the financial structure of the HOA. All of those are sort of not germane to this particular hearing, but there is also an engineering permit that will come later where those things might be relevant. And then, a couple of meetings with Forest Service and BLM, things move slowly there. So each month it seems like the list of projects is about the same, but some of them are bigger importance. There's forest plan, which we should be hearing about a draft toward the end of the summer, maybe September. The Labyrinth travel plan with the BLM is coming out probably, I would guess, very soon, within a month or so. There's the Bears Ears draft plan. There's some lithium mining is that there's starting to be more movement on that up around the Big Flat Labyrinth area. And probably a few other, the Loris, Three Rivers, travel plan, yet another one. So eventually those will come out and I'll be able to make a more exciting report, not that it's on the horizon, but that it's actually here. So, thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. And I had, let's see, along with Kevin, attended the Responsible Rec kind of group meeting where we just got updates to the program, including the Wander app update that's still pushed out a little bit. And they're going to be utilizing some of us as beta testers. They need a bike ambassador. Went through just a few other kind of house cleaning things there. Trail mix meeting. We got a very excellent report on the Utah Raptor State Park from Josh, and he probably told us a lot of the same things that he told you, Bill, when you met with him. But yeah, they've finally broken ground on working on some of the roads. He definitely talked to Trail Mix about some trail potential, especially on the south side of the park, on the south side of Willow Springs Road. There's some potential. They're looking at building single track trails there in the future. He talked about the water. They do have good water now. That they did a successful well, and then he also talked about the issues they're having with the bike path extension and about whether they have to bring it back under Highway 313. I'm not 313, but 191 from that 313 intersection, where they were also talking about potentially bringing it up from the Brands trails and staying on the east side of the highway. So those were things of interest to the trail committee. And the Mill Creek event, Evan, went off very well. They got some good volunteers and did great trail work that day. I went to a chamber board meeting. There's a discussion that we will see on one of our agenda items about how to use rural grant money, and there's a good discussion at the chamber for how to utilize some of the money that may be approved for that body to work on 2 smaller business summits. That was approved, or it was voted on to approve, accepting that if we happen to vote on that here today. And then we also talked about the eclipse preparation. There is an annular eclipse close by on the 14th of October, and it potentially is going to bring a whole lot of people into town. So the chamber was having a discussion with businesses about how to prepare for the big visitor bump during that period. Same day, I attended a TSSD meeting. And let's see, the biggest thing from there is that the secretary resigned. So they're looking for a new secretary, and they just posted the position. There's also a good discussion about the ability to transfer ERUs from one entity to another in the TSSD. It was talked about for a while, and it was determined that wouldn't be possible at that meeting. It would commoditize ERUs. There's only a few available. And anyway, that's a good discussion to have and a good outcome. I attended a motorized trail committee meeting where we talked about trail work projects as usual, hiring a motorized trail ambassador. They're still looking for another motorized trail ambassador. And then just talked about National Public Lands Day projects, and also attended a great county party at OSTA. And thanks, Renee, so much for putting that on. We had a ton of fun there. Appreciate that. And that's all I have. So thanks again. All right, that's it for commissioners. We'll move on to other electeds, and I'll start with Attorney Stocks.
Nothing to report.
Great. Clerk Wojtek?
Nothing to report. Thanks.
And I don't think, do we have Sheriff Wiggins on today, or I didn't see him. Okay, then we'll move on to our admin report. Mallory?
Nothing to report.
Moving along. Quinn? Nope. Okay, so we are now at our first agenda item, and that is our finance director job description. And I'll invite Renee up, and Gabe will also be reporting or presenting on this one.
Sure. So just some context about this change. There was a bill passed last year in 2022 SB 162 that if the council, or I'm sorry, a commission form of government, we should have the finance duties back under the clerk auditor's position, or clerk auditor's office. So this shift would allow that. I think Gabe got a chance to chat a little bit earlier today that we would like to move the designated budget officer role and duties back into the office, but not approve the job description today. So we have a chance to come in compliance with with SB 162, but take some time to feel out how a finance director role would fit in to Gabe's office.
Thanks, Renee. Gabe?
Yeah, thanks, Renee. Thanks, Jack. Yeah, so I just wanted to comment that I've recognized in what has now been 18 months serving the public here as the clerk auditor. I've really recognized the need for my office to have an individual or a firm with formal training and experience in finance. And I think it would make good sense for that individual or firm to be tasked with leading the budget preparation process. And so I believe the county organization and the residents and taxpayers of the county deserve the highest level of professionalism. And that's definitely what I strive for. So we've been successful up to this point, as demonstrated by clean audits and a strong financial position, but increasingly volatile revenue streams and increasingly complex budget will only exacerbate the need for high-level professional analysis. So I've confirmed the availability of options for technical support that could be available. And so we're kind of passing, like the job description itself, could be fulfilled in the near term on a contract basis to assist my office in executing the current budget preparation cycle. I think, looking forward to facilitating and ensuring the continued financial health of the county.
Thank you, Gabe. Mary?
I'll make a motion. I move to repeal the resolution designating the budget officer and amending the job duties of the strategic development director not to include financial responsibilities vested with the county auditor pursuant of Utah Code 17-19A 2002.
Thank you, Mary.
202, excuse me. I'll repeat that, code 17-19A-202.
Thank you, Mary. Of a motion, one like to second? Mike? All right, thank you. I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Discussion?
I'm hesitating because it's already a long meeting, but I do think it's worth just giving some context about the budgeting in Grand County. The thing that precipitated this is there was a bill we failed to notice or didn't read quite correctly, and then we just recently realized that we didn't have the organizational chart for budgeting wasn't in compliance with state code. But I just want to say that overall, I think budgeting in the county, we do a very good job in terms of openness, transparency, openness both to the public and to the commission. The budget is hashed out in multiple meetings. I've been on the budget committee the last few years, and they are it's once a week, very long meetings, and pretty much every line item in the budget, including some very small ones, gets looked at and gets compared to previous things, and if it's going up or something, that gets noticed. So I just want to, this is not, people should not conclude that somehow our budgeting was substandard and now we've got to fix it, because I think the opposite is, well, not the opposite, but is true, but I think we did a good job. I haven't heard anyone question that. I think that's indisputable. That the current, and I also want to say that as far as I know, I mean, this started before I was on the commission, but I think Chris Baird was the architect of a lot of, just deciding exactly how that would go and ran a lot of the meetings. And so I think a lot of the credit to the fact that our budgeting has been going very well belongs to Chris. And I've certainly, I'm a picky person when it comes to numbers, and if something's not right, I certainly feel like I should speak up. But Chris, only very rarely, maybe rarely if ever, gave me cause to, question, the way that he was conducting the budget. So just wanted to get that out there at this transitional moment as we go to a different regime of doing the budgeting. So.
Thank you, Kevin. I think it's very important to note that. Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah. Any further discussion? All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And I need to see Trish actually, or you can say aye, Trish. If you can hear me. All right. The motion passes unanimously. Let's see, we're on to action item number 2, organizational structure updates, and back to Renee on this one.
Sure. So with aligning with SB 162, the position of strategic development director does have some of that the financial duties moved over into Gates' office now in a proposal to remove that position from our 2023 position.
All right, Mary.
I make a motion. I move to accept Chris Baird's letter of resignation and authorize the chair to direct staff on administrative tasks, as well as to eliminate the strategic development director position from the 2023 position pay plan effective August 16th, 2023.
Thank you, Mary. I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann and a second from Commissioner Clapper. I would open discussion. Mary?
I want to say that I accept this resignation. It's difficult. Chris has worked tirelessly for this county and he's done a lot of good.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, I also want to acknowledge that just a lot of really great work Chris has done. And again, I point out I generally put all my energy into I tend to look for negative. I assume everyone does great and then work down from there. But Chris has given me real I would feel free to point it out if he does things wrong or says something that's not quite right, but I rarely get the opportunity to do so. I think he's a really competent guy. It's really been helpful when I first started on the commission. It seemed like he was the linchpin of keeping the county running correctly. So I think a lot of big accomplishments, but the budget is one of them. But that's not the only thing. I want lengthen the already long meeting by trying to make a comprehensive list. I guess I also wanted, there's been some staff turnover recent weeks, also the economic development director. We're sort of not allowed to talk about the precise, we're not reasons people leave, but I think it is okay for me to say that in both Chris's position and with the economic development director, that it was not policy related. These were not things that employment didn't cease because of sort of big issues of what the county's doing. There's lots of other things that are relative to employment, including employees maybe not being happy at what they're doing. So this isn't it's not a policy statement that we're accepting these resignations.
Thanks, Kevin. And I'd like to add my appreciation for Chris. He's given me such a great education here as a commissioner. And anytime I've gone to Chris and had a deeper esoteric question about any of the workings in Grand County, he's been the one that I go to, and he's always got an answer for me. And good luck, Chris. I appreciate everything for sure. Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, I haven't worked on all that much stuff with him, but for sure on the Moab annexation or the Moab Valley Fire Department annexation process, and he certainly acted very professional and knowledgeable on what we were trying to accomplish and are still will try and accomplish there moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of that. His understandings of the workings, not just in the county, but the state and the federal level. I mean, immense for sure. He's one of the smartest guys I know. He's a true public servant, you know, over the freaking decades that he's been with this organization. He wore a lot of different hats, often simultaneously. He's had so many accomplishments, and you know, he really understood the uniqueness of our county. He represented the uniqueness of our county to others. There's not many in town that really have that blend of old Moab and new Moab, and he could really move around through different groups and spoke very eloquently and really had that understanding that is hard to find. So he will be missed.
Yeah, well said, Evan. Thanks. Anyone else want to add to the discussion?
I'll just say thank you so much, Chris, for all that you've done for us.
Thank you, Trish. All right. We have a motion on the table. The motion was made by Commissioner McGann and second by Commissioner Clapper. To entertain a vote, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Renee. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, purchase agreement with 139 Fire for live fire training at Canyonlands Regional Airport. Tammy Holland, Airport Director.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Tammy.
Great. I'll do the best I can. I was a little shocked to hear about Chris. He was a guiding force for us here at the airport, so he's definitely going to be missed. So on to my agenda item. 139 Fire is an organization that provides our live fire requirements for the FAA. And in 2018, the training center up at Salt Lake City Airport had closed, and I kind of outlined a timeline in my agenda summary, but I'll be brief. A group of us Utah airports had kind of gathered and came up with a rotating schedule to host a mobile unit, and that is really great for small airports because it allows us to use our own equipment, do it at our own airport, and get that training rather than going to a big training center and putting out fires on airplanes that we'll never ever see at our airport. So this year is Moab's first year of being into the rotation of hosting it. We work with Cedar City, St. George, and Vernal, and how we set it up is the hosting airport does basically they pledge to pay the invoice up front, and then based on attendance, the cost is split with all of the airports. So it is an upfront cost for Grand County with a reimbursement to cover that cost from all the airports. And
I assume after the reimbursement, Grand County will still be paying some fraction for its participation.
Right. Our participation would be covered out of the airport budget. And it's and I have that funding in my training budget. So it's just a formality of transferring it out of that budget into the account that Chris had set up for the revenue on that.
Great. Thanks, Tammy. Bill?
I move to approve the attached quote for 139 Fire in the amount of $24,995 plus the expense for the propane to be reimbursed by attendees of the training to Grand County.
Thanks, Bill. Second. All right, I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. All right, on to the next one. Bid award for wildlife fence construction at the airport and revision of the associated federal assistance application. And back to Tammy.
All right, so I think it was back in February, I came to folks for approval to apply for this entitlement money grant. So we put out for bid, we got one bid on the project. It came in way over budget because there was only one bid. We were able to negotiate the price down, and the final cost was about $11,318 over the estimated engineer's cost, the engineer's estimate. So in the AS, I put out the numbers there, and our local match would be $25,566 for this project. And basically we're going to be replacing some fence that's 40 years old or more. And I feel like our plan is saving us money, as well as eliminating a lot of work for our staff. Originally, when the airport was built, all the fencing followed the perimeter of the property, which is, great, but it's not necessary. And so with the help of our engineers, we came up with a plan to start just fencing in areas that are most important to fence in, and so this will cut down on costs in the long run, and give us a much needed fencing upgrade on the north end of our airport.
Thanks, Tammy. Kevin?
I move to approve the bid award recommendation letter drafted by Armstrong Consultants for wildlife fence construction at the airport in the amount of $511,318, with a local match of $25,566, and additionally to approve the revised application for federal assistance SF424 with the updated project cost.
Thank you. All right. Motion from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I got Mike. No worries. Further discussion or any other questions for Tammy? I assume this fence will last at least another 40 years.
I hope so.
All right. All right. I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. All right. Thanks a lot, Tammy.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll move on to purchase agreement with GovOS for short-term rental compliance and TRT tracking software. And that is our town admin office, as well as Elisa Martin, planning and zoning. Elisa?
Okay, so it's GovOS is the software we're talking about.
Right, that was a small O on my paper.
Yeah. So just a little background on this effort. The search for effective short-term rental compliance and tracking software to meet the needs of the county really has been a while in the making. Last year, a small selection committee was formed, which included folks from economic development, Josh from code compliance, and John Gunther, our previous planning director. And I think that the effort just sort of slipped through the cracks, perhaps after John departed and I made the transition. I don't really recall exactly how it got delayed, but in any case, our little selection committee was revived. We added in Gabe from the clerk's office and Quinn. We still have Josh on there, myself. That was about it. And June this year, we had 3 vendors submitted proposals to supply Grant County with this service, including Granicus, Rentalscape, and GovOS. And after review of all vendors and services proposed, the committee recommends transitioning from its previous vendor, Granicus, to GovOS as a provider to be considered for approval by the commission for the 2023-2024 term.
So the agenda summary kind of explains what the software does and some of its options and qualifications. But essentially, for our side of things in planning and zoning and code compliance, it'll be an awesome tool to be able to track and proactively enforce illegal short-term rentals. And it especially is a beneficial tool because we can integrate our business licenses database into the system. So that will help us to kind of compare and figure out exactly the list of short-term rentals that are not permitted in the OAO zone. So, and then for economic development side, they're going to be being able to use that for their TRT tracking. And as it says here, basically the interpretable data will help Grand County shape future short-term rental industry policies and analyze the financial trends and patterns of its short-term rental market and transient occupancy tax revenue. If anybody has any questions, that's
Mike.
A motion to approve the GovOS 2023-2/2024 short-term rental solution proposal for short-term rental compliance and TRT tracking.
Thanks, Mike. Was that all right? I have a motion from Commissioner McCurdy, second from Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion on this one? Do you have something, Stephen?
I just had a quick question on the contract. It says the price is good until 9/10. I'm just making sure that we're going to comply with that timeline. And then the second question is, if we have enough time to start their phases that they laid out their phases and then get it started. I don't know if they would be interested in starting a couple months later so that we got the full benefit of the entire season, because right now where it's at, it'd be a year and we'd end almost in the middle of the season. So if they had any desire to push it back, then we can get an actual full year of enforcement. Because I don't know that enforcement's as big of an issue in like December. And if we use that first December period, we could use that for like structuring and planning.
got it. Yep.
If they had interest in pushing that back at all, I don't know if
We actually have a representative from GovOS. Amanda Taylor is on. I don't know, Amanda, if you can hear us and what we were just discussing about the possibility of having that contract not actually start being billed or invoiced until we've kind of got things up and running in terms of the kind of onboarding of the software. That's a possibility.
Yeah, I can definitely take it back to my team and find out. But what we could do is we do allow, like, let's say we sign on, right? We can do like a net 60 situation where invoicing, billing, and all that doesn't happen until 60 days after the signing of it. So we can get you guys starting to get into the implement process and start transferring your historical data over into our system, because that's going to be a part of the implementing as well. So we can get going on that aspect of things before you're up and running. So if that is something that you guys would be okay with, then I can definitely get that taken care of as well.
That time frame does seem to make more sense to me, for sure, Steve.
Yeah, we can do that. That'd be great.
Yeah, Quinn.
Yeah, I will say that we there's another provider that auto renewed. Kind of, at any rate, it auto renewed, and so they've been playing ball with us so far and waiting for us to kind of figure this out, see if we could get with a different provider. They've been very polite, very kind, very patient with us, and so I would be hesitant to delay this much longer because we'll end up having to pay for the other one. That's what it boils down to.
Gotcha.
I mean, I think we could still work with GovOS to try to do the delayed invoice plan, but yeah, I would agree. It would be great to get this finalized.
Okay. Is the provider that we're using now providing the supervision or the tracking that we would like to see? Sorry to put you.
It's a little bit.
And if it's complicated, we can talk about it.
Yeah, it is a little bit, but to my understanding, what we have now is kind of this one little portion of the full platform that they offer. And in order for us to actually utilize the full platform with Granicus, it would be a lot more expensive and much more than actually this. So
Yeah, the current provider is a Toyota Tacoma. This is a Ford F-350.
What, a little bit more pulling power, huh? All right.
This is a little tangential, but in terms of policy, the short-term rentals are fine as less than 30 days. Could somebody legally rent out a house in their neighborhood for 31 nights on Airbnb?
That would give normally a month-to-month tenancy. They can do that, but the mechanism using Airbnb, I've seen it done before. But normally that's the smallest period would be a month.
And we did talk with them about GovOS about ways that we can figure out how people are using that loophole and get to the point where we can enforce things like that. But yeah, it is a little tricky. It's a way that things are changing in the market and people are getting creative.
There are ways, I would say there are ways too, where my team will distinguish a long-term rental versus a short-term rental, and it's going to go off that 30 days, less than 30 days renting out, which is the main reason why we do import reviews into to your portal as well for staff. So if we're seeing someone saying that we, had rented out for 31 days, we'll have a review from someone that came and stayed in, during that time for 3 or 4 days. So we also help with that documentation if it ever becomes a problem.
All right, any other questions for Amanda or Lisa? All right, I have a motion on the table. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. All right, we're on to agenda item number 6. Resolution final plat, Bureau of Land Management, lot 50 minor subdivision. Jenna from Planning and Zoning.
This application is a subject property consisting of 2.60 acres, zoned rural residential. It's located at the end of Roberts Drive. It's a dead end road. One dwelling unit exists on the south side of the property, and a detached garage and shop exists to the rear of the primary dwelling. Subject parcel will be subdivided to create 2 lots. The north lot, lot 1, would be 1.20 acres, and the south lot, lot 2, would be 1.20 acres. A roadway dedication of 0.20 acres would be recorded along the front of Roberts Drive as a part of the subdivision. The property is located along County Road. It's currently developed to county standards, and as such, no roadway improvements would be required. A drainage waiver has been approved by the county engineer, and no additional site improvements are also required. Land Use Code Section 7.3.8, streets and cul-de-sacs, states that dead ends and cul-de-sacs may not serve more than 20 dwelling units. The creation of 1 additional lot as a result of this application would not create more than 20 buildable lots. The south side of Roberts Road currently serves 9 existing dwelling units on 12 total lots. Aside from this applicant, based on the minimum lot size requirement of 1 acre in the rural residential zoning district, only 1 additional lot could be created on this dead end portion of Roberts Road as a result of the subdivision. The application qualifies as a minor subdivision due to the fact that there are no public improvements required, and it meets the subdivision requirements of Land Use Code 9.3.1. Since there are no improvements, an SIA is not necessary. The proposed subdivision is in conformance with the 2030 general plan, future land use section insofar as providing housing opportunities and being consistent with the maximum density permitted for rural residential zoning districts. And the proposed application is also in accordance with Article 9 administration and procedures.
Thanks. Kevin?
I move to approve the findings of fact set forth in the staff report dated June 8th, 2023, and the proposed resolution approving the final plat of BLM lot, I think maybe it was lot 50 subdivision with the following conditions. The owner shall record the resolution simultaneously with the final plat in the recorder's office.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, Bill, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Walker, second Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion on this or questions for Jenna? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
Thanks, Trish. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, we're on to the portion of our agenda where the next 5 items concern approving alternative dwelling overlay rezones. We do have a discussion item on this agenda. It's discussion item number 17 that is very relevant to these next 5 agenda items. And I think it would be best to move that discussion up so we could have it before addressing the next 5 agenda items. So we'll do that. So the discussion is possible revisions to the ADO program to implement a workforce occupancy requirement. And we will go back. Elisa was going to get us started on that discussion. Thanks, Elisa.
So this was brought up at our last meeting, and I'll just kind of give a brief recap. So during the August 1st, 2023 public hearing on the alternative dwelling overlay rezone request, many members of the public and some commissioners expressed concern regarding the lack of an explicit local employment occupancy requirement in the ADO program. Staff and other commissioners explained that the ADO program originally included a workforce housing requirement or occupancy requirement, but during the final stages of review prior to adopting the ordinance, that specific requirement was removed as it was decided that it would be difficult to enforce and that a lengthy employment verification process would bog down the program, causing undue delay in the developing of the ADO sites and providing workforce housing, which was kind of the whole goal in the first place. Other sections in the code maintain this original intent that ADO sites be occupied by workforce, but the explicit occupancy requirement was removed in the final adopted version. Since that meeting, additional written comments have been submitted by the public, urging the commission to apply this requirement to all ADO developments, either approved or going forward. Several public comments were directed specifically towards ADO. Several public comments directed towards specific ADO rezone applications express the same sentiment. Staff has requested legal guidance from the county attorney's office to review the following ideas for implementation of this change and determine a legal path forward. So the basic ideas that we came up with was to either create and adopt through a legislative process the ADO rules and regulations, which should be similar to the HDHO rules and regulations. We're not sure yet if the legal opinion on that is that that is what the rules and regulations are meant to do in terms of like not just clarifying the intent, but adding in clarification on a new occupancy requirement or adding that back in. So the other way to go about this would be to actually amend the ADO ordinance and land use code language through legislative process to include the workforce occupancy requirement and the verification process. So in order to do that, though, we would definitely need, I would think, need the consent from property owners who have already been approved for the ADOs. There's 3 of those that have already been approved, and there's 5 right now that we have in process. So those in process applicants would also need to have like a written statement of consent for us to, I think, feel good about going back, or even be legal about going back and amending the section of the code. So that is kind of the summary of where we're at. And I, in speaking with some of the commissioners in the interim, we thought we should probably think about this, and there's a possibility that we would want to pursue implementing this change, and maybe even that would involve postponing the vote for the rezone request this evening.
I'm sorry, yeah, Stephen, yeah.
So one of the difficulties is the applicants have already vested. We can't change the rules on them. It's going to be difficult to go to those individuals and ask them to voluntarily agree. They have no obligation to make those changes. You could theoretically do that. the statute, the ordinance leaves things to be desired within the wording, but there are some phrases within it. I mean, if you look at the purpose section, it specifically says that it was designed for workforce housing. In the restriction clause, it has 60 days. And then it has something where I've never seen this with any other place, but it refers to being able to be rented to the tenant or their employer. So there are like hints to the actual the actual desire to do that. Is it the cleanest? No. Do I think there's the possibility to enforce some of these restrictions? Yes. But it isn't as ironclad as it could have been. And maybe that's because the change in the temperament or the change, there are things that are left that would make somebody believe that there was a desire to have workforce housing tied to this. So I look at it now, whoever has applied now, I don't think it would be appropriate just to deny them based on where the code stands. There are different legislative bases for the commission to consider on approving or denying. Ultimately, if we want to enforce, I think there is the ability to enforce, but it's not as clean as it could be. But I do think there is the provision to be able to actually enforce this.
Thanks, Kevin. I was just wondering, and feel free to jump in, Stephen, if you agree or disagree. In section 495, there's something that I think is a little bit stronger than hinting. It says, an ADU is defined as, occupied by local residents and workforce. So to me, that it's not optional. That's not a hint. I mean, it is, if it's something other than a local resident or workforce, it's not an ADO and it's not permitted. Now, just how we define, as we know from the HDHO program, there's lots of little tricky details in saying, what employee means. We've been through that. But I would think that option one that Elisa talked about, doing some rules and regulations to sort of fill in the gaps of that phrase would be a way that we could do this and not have, not have this issue that some of these things have already been, the paperwork's been signed and we can't retroactively change things. I think we would just be clarifying a very clear requirement that's already in the ordinance. And so I think I'm guilty, along with other people in previous discussions on this, of sort of confusing two different things. On the one hand, there's the intention or the requirement that this is occupied by local residents or workforce. And on the other is a specific way of doing that, saying, you've got to be at work for this long, or if you're retired, blah, 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 all that specific stuff. And I think there was those specific, basically it was a specific red tape that we declined to put into the ordinance, but we did not take out the more general, somewhat bigger intent that it needs to be local residents and workforce. And because that's in there, I think we would be on strong ground going with Elisa's option number one, just draft some rules and regulations, spelling out what that means. So, sure.
Yeah, like I said, we have the rules as they're written now. Do I think they're enforceable? I do think the county has the ability to enforce the rules that it has, the ordinance it has. In a perfect world, we would have more clearly. I don't disagree that there is that language that is in there. It's in the purpose. It's scattered throughout. I think that does help. But when we get to actual enforcement of it, it's going to be some of those provisions on what we're looking for. What is workforce housing? How are you engaged in the workforce? Is it I work an hour a week or 40 hours a week? Some of those terms are mushy or gray. And so that's going to be kind of the difficulties that we have that we could theoretically clean up.
Yeah, but and I agree with that. And I certainly agree that if we had to write this over again, I would do it differently. But I do think this sort of having kind of mushy provisions that we have to source, that's not unfamiliar. Like in just residential areas, no camping, no short-term rentals. We don't have people sign things, and there's not an elaborate thing. But when certainly in the most clear-cut cases, we are able to enforce that. So, Mike.
Actually, it was
okay. Bill, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think that we've got to have a clear-cut way of defining what workforce housing is here. I have a hard time moving forward approving anything that this isn't clear that this is workforce housing. The the struggle is still there that we could be putting a commercial operation in a residential neighborhood. And if we can be assured that that's not happening and that that can be enforced with where we are at with this, then maybe we can move forward. But I struggle with it right now. It's pretty vague. And you know, we've talked and other people have as well, that Sherry Griffith clearly is going to service her employees there. Dan's thoughts on a commercial piece of property, as is the KOA on a piece of commercial property. So if they abuse them, they're still on commercial property. But when we put one of these in a neighborhood, and if it's being abused, we're giving somebody the license to have a commercial operation in that neighborhood.
And there are criteria in the actual ordinance. It's 4.92, and it lists out criteria A through G that the commission would be encouraged to look at, and those discuss some of the criteria that one would look at when approving these applications, such as the historical use of the property, traffic impact, commute time, water resources, overall proposed development, compatibility with existing characteristics. And then it also puts some restrictions on where it's preferred and what zones it's actually preferred in, like multi-family residential, small lot residential, large lot residential, and so on. So when the commission looks to choose whether to approve these or not, those are some criteria that can help guide the decision.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the origin of this came from trying to find housing alternatives outside of commercial districts. I think if we were to restrict these only to commercial, then we're asking them to compete against hotels, restaurants, and a lot of other services when there's loud voices in the community saying that we need more commercial districts for, you know, commercial operations, not housing. And so I'm okay with these existing outside commercial areas. I also think that, you know, the spongy definitions are enough to get us through. I think that we've had a ton of back and forth about the HDHO definitions. We've heard a lot of voices here saying that definition should be expanded to include college kids, include retirees, include remote workers, and all these kind of things. And as drafted now, the ADO has the option for those people to participate in this. I think that this is really an option for seasonal employees who are not going to have a long documented track record to come in for the busy season and work a couple months. And, you know, when the work dries up in the middle of summer, when it's 1,000,000 degrees out, they can run off to the mountains for a few weeks. They can come back and for the fall and work again. And so I'm hesitant to create more red tape around definitions of workforce here. So I'm comfortable with as it is, and I definitely don't want to delay the application processes that are already underway.
Thanks, Evan. Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with the second part of what Evan said, that, you know, there are, as we know from discussing HDHO, coming up with these criteria is difficult. And I think no matter what set of rules we come up with, we're going to exclude some people that we wish could have the housing, or there's going to be some vulnerability for abuse, or there's going to be both of those in some measure. And no matter where we, you know, put the slider from lots of red tape, very slick, to wide open, you know, probably the extremes, you know, we want to avoid, but, you know, in that sort of middle 50% of that range of possibilities, there's advantages and disadvantages. And to me, it makes sense to put the HDHO where it's like houses and house ownership at stake, to be stricter there the way we have been. And we get criticized that it's too strict. And in this one where it's just, you know, tiny homes and trailer spots at stake, I think the stakes are lower, and we can loosen up on that dial. And of course we, you know, get criticism that it's too loose, but, you know, there's always going to be one problem or the other. And I think in the ideal solution, we're going to have, you know, some of both of those problems, but we'll try to balance things out.
Thanks. Yeah, Steve.
And just one other thought, and I know Commissioner Hedin has thought about this a lot lately, which is the ordinance is one piece of the puzzle. code compliance and following up and deciding on how we enforce these ordinances, that's the next part of the conversation. And I know Commissioner Dean's been meeting with me. She and I both met with staff about those things. And so that's the next piece of the puzzle. And once there's somebody in that role in a couple months down the road, I assume that conversation will be risen to the level of the commission to talk about what you guys want to see in actual enforcement. So just kind of putting another plug in for that piece of the puzzle, because just because there's words on paper or the internet doesn't necessarily mean that it is actually enforced. So that's the other 1-2 punch.
Thanks. Trish, it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, let me just, Lisa, right now it's written as 60 days. Is that correct? Just to kind of reiterate. And then there was a very large fine attached if you go under 60 days, correct?
Yeah, so the enforcement section is 4.9.8, and that's at the end there, and it does state penalties for violation. Any person, firm, entity, or corporation violating any provision or failing to comply with any provision of this section shall be guilty of a Class C misdemeanor. Fines up to $10,000 per violation per day may be assessed if illegal overnight accommodation activity does not cease and desist. So
and I want to kind of just revisit that, when this was going through the planning commission, I wasn't a huge fan, but I understood the need for housing, now. And so we came up with this. We came up with it as a very small pilot program, hoping to kind of just see how we're just dipping our toes. The reality is that, yeah, you're always going to probably have a person or two that are going to try to get away with what they're going to try to get away with. But I think in general, we're trying to provide workforce housing. To extend that to a year lease is not going to hit that niche of people that we're trying to hit. Contractors Roost is a perfect example. I know many people that, for example, work for Pacificor and they're here for a month or 2 or 3. And these are not guys that are going to live here year round, but they're here long enough to where they have brought their trailers and they're here as part of our workforce to take care of our infrastructure. And those are the people, and our raft guides, et cetera, and so on, that are coming for 3 or 4 months at a hit. So I think to expect a year lease, for example, which has been some of the implications, we're dissolving what the original intent was. So I think we have some strong pieces in place. I do think we have a way that we can enforce it, and so I'm happy with moving forward.
And I'd speak to the 60-day piece also. I frequently would hire people who'd come in and work seasonally, and I'd hire them for 60 to 90 days to work the fall season or the spring season. And a lot of those are the people that do come in vans. They're the van lifers who just need a spot to hunker down in for 2 or 3 months, and then they're doing something else. And the fact that this provides them a situation for homes, and then all the businesses in Grand County that rely on those type of workers, just giving them an option of a place to stay is going to make a big difference, I think. Mary?
Just make it very quick, hearing what our county attorney says and our planning department, that we have a way to enforce this. I'm comfortable moving forward as well.
I was just going to make a technical point. It seems to me that what's in the ordinance right now is local or workforce, and I think if you're working for 1 month at Jock Shop, I guess you're still part of the workforce, and that can be verified. If you don't have proof of employment, then we didn't say what local means, but I think we can clarify that in rules and regulations. It can be like you live in the Moab for a year, or 6 months or 2 years, whatever we decide is appropriate. I think all of those would be compatible with what being a local in Moab stars, and I think doing that would rule out this situation that we seem worried about of people just help people who are not part of the local workforce just having a fun 2 months in Moab. So it would address, there would still be some loopholes, but I think that would close the big one.
And one of the other things that Commissioner Hadeen and I and Mallory have discussed also is trying to start, when we look at doing enforcement, is educating folks so that we avoid like a public debate on what things are. We go out and say, hey, this is the county's stance on this thing. Here's the education information behind it, not necessarily just on ADOs, but also HDHOs and other ordinances. And I think that can be really helpful as well when we start getting that messaging out to people and explaining that to folks. And the nice thing about these projects are they're fewer in number, so it makes them easier to look at the particulars to them.
Thanks, Bill.
I don't think the length of the contract has anything to do with it. I get it that we're gonna find somebody after if they don't meet the 60-day requirement, but this needs to be spelled out and it needs to be enforced that this is for workforce housing or we're wasting our time. And so that it just needs to be extremely clear that we are going to enforce this for workforce housing.
Mike.
Thank you for revisiting my questions as I attended the meeting last night. With enforcement, it answers all my questions. I didn't know about the previous wording in the contracts, but I am comfortable with that finding with enforcement following through. That's my only hang up is following through on enforcement. So
Absolutely. You know, we definitely need to follow and enforce ADOs, yeah, to the greatest extent. I also just wanted to add, because I keep thinking in the back of my mind, I remember a lot of the impetus for the ADO program was when we were looking at kind of across the county illegal camping or people living in trailers on people's backyards, and that if we were to try to actively enforce those situations, of course, we'd want to get a lot more of the public outreach and education done first, but that these would offer an opportunity for folks if they were able to move their trailer and go into a situation where the ADO is established and set up with, you know, sanitary service hookups and all of that. So bring that back.
Weren't there a few different organizations or a few of the applicants that we have now? Didn't they come into compliance with this mechanism?
Right. Yes, at least one. But again, I'm also just thinking beyond those instances where they are actually employers, but there are just, I wonder somehow many individual folks are out there kind of residing in their RVs randomly, but maybe they're not, maybe they're just, they have a disability, or maybe they're not actively working, but they would need a place to go if we were going to start enforcing that situation.
Okay. My sense is that the will is to go forward with these next 5 items and run through, and I think we have a pretty clear idea of what enforcement looks like and what the ordinance looks like at this point. Anyone else have anything further to add to the discussion? All right. Thank you very much, Elisa and Jenna and Stephen as well. So we've got that discussion item down. I think we are back up to agenda item 7, alternative dwelling overlay rezone at 3207 South Highway 191, parcel number 02-0021-0048. And that is Jenna.
I suppose at your guidance, I do have like a paragraph intro to each of these. Will you go ahead and give those?
What do you
just one paragraph?
So much, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Just remind us which paragraphs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and just getting into the uniqueness of each one of these individual things instead of going through the, yeah.
So this proposal includes 21 dwelling sites situated around a one-way circular internal driveway. Each dwelling site proposed with full sewer, water, and electrical hookups. The 2.40 subject subject parcel is within a highway commercial zoning district bound by the KOA to the south, rural residential vacant property to the east, highway commercial property to the north, and highway 191 to the west. The subject parcel is currently vacant and owned by Campgrounds of America, the same ownership as the KOA campground to the south. The application does meet all of development and use standard requirements and has met all applicable state sections of the land use code during the application process. In a public hearing on July 10th, 2023, the Grand County Planning Commission voted 5-0 with 2 absent to send a favorable recommendation to the commission based on the applicant meeting the following criteria of the land use code 4.9.2 criteria for consideration: being located in a preferred zoning district, compatibility with existing community characteristics, and lack of traffic impacts. No public comments were received for this application at either planning commission or during the county commission public hearing, which was held on August 1st.
Evan.
I would move to approve the alternative dwelling overlay for Grand County parcel number 02-0021-0048 and associated master plan and development agreement with the following conditions. Development is limited to 21 ADO sites as designated on the approved master plan, and the owner shall record the development agreement in the real property records of Grand County simultaneously with approved ordinance and prior to application for further site plan construction or development approvals.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Clapper and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Further discussion on this one?
I guess just for the record, I agree with the findings that the planning commission came up with and that Jenna just read.
Thanks. And I don't think we got any public comment on this one either. All right. I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Did you raise your hand, Evan? I didn't.
I did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I supported my motion.
Excellent. Passes unanimously, 7-0. We're on to agenda item 8, alternative dwelling overlay rezone at 2231 South Highway 191, parcel number 02-0017-0023. Jenna.
This ADO is proposing 9 alternative dwelling sites at the southeast rear corner of the property. The 193-acre portion property is currently home to the Sherry Griffith River Expeditions and includes 4 existing buildings. The zoning of the property is split. The front third of the property fronting Highway 191 is zoned highway commercial, and the rear 2/3 is zoned general business. The properties on the north side of Plateau Drive include highway commercial to the front, adjacent to 191, and large lot residential to the northeast. Land uses to the north are a mix of residential and commercial, and to the south is a 4x4 repair shop, while across the highway are the Harrison's Trucking and a batch plant. The proposed development is in accordance with all sections of Article 9 Administration Procedures and 4.9.6 ADO District Application. In a public hearing on July 10th, the Grand County Planning Commission voted 5-2 with 2 absent to send a favorable recommendation to Commission based on the application meeting the criteria of being located in a preferred zoning district, compatibility with the existing community characteristics, lack of impact on traffic, and in support of applicants creating employee housing on site. No public comments were received for this application, again, at Planning Commission or during the public hearing for County Commission, which was held on August 1st.
Thanks, Jenna. Evan.
I'll move to approve the alternative dwelling overlay for Grand County parcel number 02-0017-0023 and associated master plan development agreement with the following conditions. Development is limited to 9 ADO sites as designated on the approved master plan dated 6/7/23. The owner shall record the development agreement in the real property records of Grand County simultaneously with the approved ordinance and prior to application for further site plan construction or development approvals.
Wow. Thanks, Kevin. All right, motion on the table from Commissioner Clapper and a second from Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion on this one?
I guess, again, we've got this awkward requirement of making findings. And so I think, the citing of this is definitely, impact on the neighborhood is less it's along the highway. I think it does, provide the kind of housing we're looking for.
Jacques, do you mind if I make a comment?
Of course not, Trish.
I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of Sherry Griffiths, making sure that their employees have a place to stay. I just want you guys to acknowledge that little street, which I believe is Budweiser Lane. It may have been changed with Arroyo Crossing going in. You know, that there are homes there, and they've taken quite a hit from Arroyo Crossing and now this. So just that, so we're aware that, you know, there are some homes there, you know, that are abutting Sherry Griffith across the street, and so it is impacting those folks.
Thanks, Trish. All right, anyone else? I'll call for a vote on this. All those in favor, raise your hands.
Aye.
Thanks, Trish. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 9. We are on to alternative dwelling overlay rezone at 1435 Powerhouse Lane, parcel number 02-0008-0155. Jenna.
Thanks. Subject property on Powerhouse Lane is a 7.9 acre portion property that straddles both sides of Powerhouse Lane, both north and south. The rezone application proposes the addition of 11 dwelling sites, alternative dwelling sites, north of Powerhouse Lane, and a shared amenity structure south of Powerhouse Lane on the east side of the property. All sites are proposed to be equipped with full sewer, water, and electrical hookups. The subject property is within a rural residential zoning district adjacent to the city of Moab and other rural residential zoned properties with single-family dwelling homes. Since the approval of the ITA, the applicant has implemented 3 minor changes to the plan, which include an adjustment of the dwelling site types. As at the County Commission's approval, the ITA was proposing 8 tiny home sites and 3 RV sites, and the final master plan proposes 11 RV sites. The ITA proposed 8 sites north of Powerhouse Lane and 3 to the south. And the east portion in the final plan proposes all 11 dwelling sites north of Powerhouse Lane and on the west. The previous application included the location of 3 east side dwelling sites, which is now the proposed location of a shared amenity structure. Just to address a couple other things on the record for you, based on some site conditions and concerns that were had, the county engineer did a site visit and had determined some questions regarding the sewer line, and determined that after consulting with WISA, the development, since it would remain a single property, WISA would not require an extension of the main line, just service line, and that he determined it was quite manageable, and that the service line was previously installed some time ago, that it may be needed to be upsized, but this would be addressed during a site plan application. Additionally, in regards to concerns about the drinking water source protection plan and overlay, the majority of the parcel is located within the city of Moab drinking water source protection area. However, the area for development is proposed outside of that area, so it's considered to be outside of the areas. The proposed development is in conformance with administration and procedures and the ADO district application. In a public hearing on July 10th, the Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 2 absent and 1 abstention to send a favorable recommendation based on the application meeting the following criteria for consideration: historical use on the property, commute time in relation to existing commercial areas, proximity to where jobs are located, compatibility of surrounding uses, and easy access to multimodal traffic. At that time, the Planning Commission recommended that the applicant include for the County Commission a statement related to the impacts of wildlife in the area, and those were included in your packet for evaluation. Several comments were received, public comments were received in support of the application, and those included Courtney Kaiser and Kristen Music, who spoke in favor of the application, highlighting the right for all residents to have the ability to live in a beautiful place and not necessarily just on the outskirts of society. It was also highlighted to make mention of the historical use of mobile homes on the property. In addition, comments in opposition centered around several main themes, including increased traffic congestion and safety as a result, increased density in a safe, sensitive riparian environment, and its possible effect on wildlife and water quality, as well as the increase of noise and dust for local residents. Staff did make some responses to each of those questions in your packet, so I can certainly address any of those if you have additional. And we can just leave it there and maybe answer your questions at that point.
Thanks, Jenna.
You bet.
Hey, Jacques, I would like to make a motion.
Please do, Trish.
Okay, great. I would make a motion to deny the alternative dwelling overlay for Graham County parcel number 02-0008-00155. And if I have to put findings, I would say that it is not compatible with the existing community characters or existing density. I would say that there's high traffic impacts and that it is impactful to the water. And I'm going to go ahead and add wildlife resources found within this area.
Thank you, Trish. And Bill seconding that. All right, discussion. We've certainly had a lot of comment on this, a few positive and quite a few against. I personally made a second site visit out there on my bike to look around and see something that the commentator Crystal said strikes a chord that folks who come, and do want to work here, like it is tough when you're just kind of, the only options for you are in the 191 corridor, like having a beautiful place to live and take full advantage of the amenities that the county has to offer, the beauty, etc. It would be nice. When I first came here, I camped quasi legally down on the river for a few years back in the very early 2000s, and it was nice to be able to at that time do that. I definitely feel bad for folks who come these days and don't get that same opportunity. But a lot of the commenters are neighbors and going out and looking at that road and whatnot. It's a pretty strong argument for me, and I have been on the fence about this, but I think I'm leaning to deny personally. Kevin?
Yeah, I think I'm also not in favor of this one, and for reasons that I think will apply to some of the other applications as well. So I'll go ahead and give the long spiel here and just refer to briefly on the next ones. When we were crafting the ADO ordinance, we spent a lot of time trying to decide, where these would be appropriate. And there were some people, I think maybe Trish was one of them, who were saying, well, it should be in places that have already been zoned for higher density. And in particular, that does not mean rural residential. And some people, including me, pushed back against that and said, well, there's a lot, the rural residential zone in this county is not at all homogeneous. There are places within there that are very appropriate. And so the thing we ended up deciding is that, it's not a preferred zone, but, if this place seems especially suitable, like the swamp did, for example, we might do it. And at least that was my understanding of the thing. So looking at this is the rural residential zone. And I asked myself, is this a particularly good place for increased density? And I think the answer is clearly no. It's right by the creek. Some people have made the comment that there's already or used to already be trailers in Powerhouse Lane, and I know that's true because I used to live in the Powerhouse Lane trailer court in the early 90s. But this is quite a bit further up the creek than that is, and it's also quite a bit closer to the creek. And by that logic, these things could expand forever. At some point you have to draw a line. So I think maybe I even voted for this at the ITA stage, and I was probably, swept away by the nostalgia for the old Powerhouse Lane trailer court. That was a great place, and somehow very much in the spirit of the ADO thing. Just people living very cheaply, and back in those days, I was really into living cheaply. But upon further consideration, I think it's not good. But I think the reason the main point I want to make, and I'll refer to this in some of the future ones as well, is I don't think we should. There's an issue in our community about increased density and where we want it, and I think the wrong way to go about doing that is to piecemeal it. Someone comes with one particular proposal, and then someone comes up with another particular proposal. That's like when we did that with special events, it drove us crazy, and we just wanted to look at them all at once. And we are going to hopefully, later this year, we're going to be revising the land use code, and that will be an opportunity to look for places for future higher density. We need higher density areas in the valley. The mix of housing. We can't just freeze everything in place. But I think it's better to make those types of decisions in kind of a logical way, looking at the whole picture, not one little parcel at a time. And so when we were discussing the ADO, my big concern back then and still right now is we shouldn't be doing this sort of piecemeal density increase sort of thing, especially given that we have a land use code revision coming up in hopefully just a matter of months. And so I'm only inclined to approve these things if it's very clearly a good fit. I think the swamp was a good fit. I think some of these along 191 were good fits. I think when they're plunked down in previously undeveloped areas or in the middle of residential areas, that's not a good fit. So I'm going to vote against this one. Mary, you vote for the motion and against.
Yes, I visited this place 3 times and looked at it. And one thing that struck me was that area is beloved by not just the people that live there, but many, many of the people in this community consider that one of the places they love to go, that's close, that they can take their children, they can, get wet. And when I was there the 3rd time, I was standing right at the entrance to where these developments would be, and I saw a father and a mother and 3 children with a picnic basket walking down to the creek. And that whole feel would change greatly if we had that number of small development places for people to live so close to an area that is a recreation area for many people in this community. So for that reason, I do not want to support this development.
I'll just add a couple 2 cents. I also really was struck by the idea that this would be a great spot to live. And I can really appreciate the being close to downtown, the commute times, the multimodal transportation opportunities that it provides. I imagine that I probably did vote to support this and its intent to apply. The flip side is I think that even though we're not looking at the whole county at once, we do get to look at a lot of projects or a handful of projects at once. And so I think that there was potential for a quality project here. I think I'm not saying this is a horrible project. I think that the changes from the original ITA, from transitioning from tiny homes to RV sites, it just kind of tipped the scale for me a little more. It's not I think there's a potential to kind of stick to that underlying density that's allowed by right. And so if there were others on the fence that were, I would consider postponing and kind of reworking or offering some suggestions to the project team about what might garnish approval. And so with that in mind, I will oppose the motion to deny right now. But I do think that as presented here tonight, this isn't the best project for this spot. So
Thanks, Evan.
Jacques, do you mind if I make a comment? If somebody else can't, is that okay?
Please do, Trish. Yeah.
I just kind of want to state that, we got more than a couple comments. We got a lot of comments, and the bulk were in opposition. And these are one of those times, at least for me, that we can see democracy at work. Citizens are voicing their concerns. People not only came to the planning commission, they sent in letters, they came to the citizen, to the discussions. And so, I really appreciate that. And I want people to know that they are being heard. And specifically, I want to, point out people like Brian Murdoch that wrote an extensive, very articulate letter that I think broke it down for us. Danny Kent, Chris Conrad. So I want people to know that we are listening and we are doing what we can for this community.
Bill?
I think that the comments from the actual neighbors here are what weigh in the heaviest. We get a lot of comments all the time here and emails from people clear out in San Juan County that think that it's important to give us their guidance right here at the other end. So I don't weigh those as heavily as I do the people that actually live there. This is affecting them, and this is not the best place to put these things at all. So.
Thanks, Bill. All right, any further discussion before I call for a vote? All right, we have a motion on the table. I believe Trish made a motion to deny and Bill seconded. So all those in favor of Trish's motion to deny, raise your hands.
Aye.
And all those opposed and abstain. All right, so the motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Clapper. I'm sorry, 5-1 with Commissioner Clapper opposed and Commissioner McCurdy abstaining. Let's see, we're on to our next one, agenda item number 10, alternative dwelling overlay rezone at 2666 Desert Road / 2371 Mesa Road, and that's parcel number S02-0021-0142 and 02-0021-0143. Jenna.
Located at the northwest corner of Mesa and Desert Road, the proposal currently spans 2 vacant properties totaling 1.89 acres. If full rezone were approved for the project, the property line between the 2 parcels would need to be vacated for development, and such condition was noted in the approving ordinance as a condition of approval. The ADO includes 19 full hookup sites that are noted on the master plan and in the development agreement to be constructed as non-RV, traditionally built or pre-manufactured tiny home ADO sites, per the recommendation of County Commission in their consideration of the proposal during the intent to apply portion of the application. The applicant has made the necessary commitments by including that language in the approving documents and as a note on the master plan to reflect that. Per the recommendation of the commission, the master plan has also been adjusted to propose the entrance to the development on Mesa Road as opposed to Desert. The new access location has been evaluated and approved by the road supervisor and received initial approval in concept. Regarding compliance with the land use code, the proposal meets all development use standards for the ADO district related to setbacks, utility connections, lot size and coverage, site size, parking, and screening. The proposed development is also in accordance with Article 9, Administration and Procedures. In a public hearing on July 10th, Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 2 absent and 1 abstention to send a favorable recommendation to County Commission based on the application meeting the criteria for consideration of proximity to the highway commercial corridor node, overall design of the proposed development, and compatibility with existing community characteristics. This application also did receive a couple public comments as well. During the public hearing for County Commission, several comments were received in support. One centered around the overarching goal to provide more affordable housing types in the area, and specifically for those individuals who prefer to live in an alternative dwelling type. Comments also highlighted the future residents of these developments are no less part of the community than those in the classic single family home. The applicant also did write in and spoke on his behalf to note that he is not the property owner, but does in fact live next door. Mr. Hewitt stated that his commitment to managing the property in a high quality way, as he also wants to maintain his own property values. Comments in opposition to the project centered around density, traffic concerns and safety with 19 dwelling units, overflow parking on Desert Mesa, and its location in a residential area. Like this application and the last, I did address each of those initial concerns with the staff response in the report, and I'm happy to address any additional questions as well.
Thanks, Jenna. Mike?
Was there any traffic report provided by us or done by county?
Traffic report? No, it's just evaluated by the road supervisor.
Just about by the roads. Yeah. Okay.
Anybody else have a question for Jenna or want to make a motion?
This one's a tough one for me. I like that it's in this transition zone, butting up to commercial property. It kind of seems like a more ideal sort of spot. Not being on 191, I think that a lot of the increases in traffic can kind of come online quicker than having the required turning lanes and stuff that some of the other prior projects are running into. I do appreciate moving the entrance from or onto Mesa Road. But I'm also sensitive to some of the other traffic impacts out there. And there was also some comments, I believe, about possibly decreasing the density that's allowed here.
Yeah.
I don't know what the other support for this project is like from other commissioners. I could be interested in, if there's not strong support for it now, I could be interested in postponing this item and possibly workshopping or coming up with some recommendations to make it more palatable. But I am hesitant to let it die here tonight.
Yeah, my thing is very much in line with Evan's. That was almost exactly what I was going to say when you said that. I do appreciate the move to Mesa Road. I took another site visit out there as well, and it's you know, you have the Sage Creek condos right there. This is definitely a tough one. Hearing from neighbors who aren't entirely happy with this at all makes a big difference. And I like that they're tiny homes and not trailers. I think that makes a difference in this neighborhood as well. And I also very much wonder whether, you know, what is this, 19? I think if you looked at maybe, I don't know, I'm just throwing a number out there, but 12 or something like that, if that might be more appropriate for the area, but that's a hard call.
Hey, Jacques, can I make
Yes,
a comment?
Trish. Yes, please.
I lived on Desert Road for a couple years, and it is a residential area. It is a quieter street. I understand now with Sage Creek there, it's changed quite a bit. My memory of this originally when it came for the ITA was the developer stating that, he had, the neighborhood's kind of consent. And so I kind of went with the flow on that because I wasn't that down with it. And now to know that the neighbors aren't that excited about it is disconcerting. I hate to see it die too, because I think a little community like this has value. And so I'll kind of go along with Evan's idea. If we want to delay it and workshop it, I like the idea of maybe trying to come to a compromise and then seeing what the neighbors think of that. But as it sits, I'm not a huge fan.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's too densely packed in there, and there's all kinds of issues with that, especially the parking. There's nowhere on this property really for parking if these people have excess vehicles. There's hardly room between the spaces there. So I think that we need to relook at it and see if he's interested in a decreased density. Again, the neighbors are already struggling with the load on Mesa Road that's increased because of its widening and from all of the people there in the condos, and to put this in the mix there I just don't think this is a good spot for it either. This is basically, again, we're not sure that we can ascertain that these are for workforce. I still struggle with putting commercial and residential zone.
Kevin?
Yeah, I agree with some of the things that Evan and Jacques said, but I think I come down the other direction. I think I voted against this at the ITA stage, and the main reason is it's large. It's surrounded on three sides by large residential, and many of us go out there, and the highway feels real close. But I think for other people in the neighborhood, that argument just doesn't work. I was pretty impressed by the comments we got at the public hearing. I thought the people from the neighborhood, their comments were quite nuanced. They weren't saying we're against any kind of increased density or, in all circumstances. They said, they've already had some HDHO, which divided things into smaller lots than would otherwise be allowed. And I think, they said clearly that, what bothered them was not just any increase in density, but an increase of this magnitude. So I'm not in favor of this one, but it is a tough call. I like the fact that it's tiny homes rather than RV spots, because we've already got a lot of these with RV spots. I think that balances it out. I think, moving the entrance out to Mesa Road, helped with some of the impacts. If one wanted to think of, this is kind of similar to like, Pack Creek Campground, that, the fairly dense trailer park on Murphy Lane. And that, I can tell you, I commute on Murphy Lane, it definitely does increase the traffic. Like if I'm following a car on Murphy Lane, there's a good chance it's going, to that trailer park, just because, so many people live there. So I'm not, I'm torn. I think there are good aspects of this project, but I think, this is not one of those easy choice places for increased density. If we decide later that we want to do that, it should be in the context of revising the land use code, not piecemeal like this. So,
Thanks. Mike?
Heavily torn between the entirety of the community out there, just the neighborhood in general. I really don't want to kill this outright. I go back to Evan's statements. I would love to workshop this a little farther, talk to all parties involved, but not kill it outright.
I'll look to staff in terms of with communication to the applicants and just kind of the process here. Does it feel cleaner to postpone and kind of let them hear some of the minutes and what makes sense? Or in terms of the application process, then we're working through the ITA, being here tonight, if there was still some potential for them to offer up another or tweak this project without wiping the slate clean, do you think a postponement tonight or a denial of this particular proposal makes more sense?
I think you could do it one of two ways. You could choose to postpone it and do the workshop and feel like I'm certain that the applicant would be happy to have that discussion. Or alternatively, I guess based on the timing and the applicant's desire to move forward quickly, our final ITA submission period is open today. It closes on September 9th. And so those applications will go through that process. And I think the final public hearing for approval is December. So there's those two options, short or long.
And to my count, I think we had 77 were approved at our last on the first round, and we've already approved 30 tonight. So we're at 107, I believe, which leaves 43 potential approvals out there for the rest of the year.
I just want on the postponement. I know that for certain land use decisions, there's like a set time period. You can't just not make a decision. So I don't know if that applies here or not.
This is more unique to me. I don't have an answer for you right this second. I think you have all the ability to deny, have them resubmit it. That's of course an option. You could always, I believe it would be okay to postpone it, because what would be the objection would be that you took too long to decide the application. That's usually what's within the realm of the applicant would like a decision sooner. So I don't think they would resist you the commission taking more time to consider. Yeah, it would. Yeah, just postpone to the next meeting. I wouldn't go beyond that though. But if there's not I don't know where you guys stand on how many commissioners would like to see this again, period. And if there isn't that desire, then maybe just the humane thing would be kill it early.
If I could ask just procedurally why at the next meeting, if you're proposing that, what would you hope to hear from the applicant? Just that they'd be willing to rework the thing with whatever less density would be discussed?
At least that, yeah,
I don't know that a site plan could be reworked.
right.
Fast.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, it's you're more looking towards, buy-in from the neighborhoods, but it's already designed this way. It's already put in this particular manner. You're likely more effectively looking at a resubmission. I don't know though. I haven't personally seen. You get to this stage and then want to reduce it, so I'd have to look into it.
And procedurally, they said next meeting, just more of, I do think there has to be a date that it will be readdressed, and then you have to do that again. Right, you have to table it until.
Mary?
I think with all this, I think the cleanest thing would be to deny and encourage them to listen to the feedback and reapply for the next round.
that seems reasonable to me as well.
Yeah, was that a motion? Sorry.
There's yet a motion, but if the motion is made, make it with the findings, looking at the agenda summary to craft your motion, please.
I also wonder whether it sounds like I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm part of this majority, but it seems like a majority of people might approve it if it's the number of units was reduced to, X. And if you gave some hint about what X is, that, might help the applicant. I do think they said somewhere that financially they needed this many units. Of course, I think maybe people always say that, right? Nothing will pencil out unless you do exactly what I want you to do. But maybe they'd reconsider.
The number I threw out originally was 12, which is a little more than half of what's out there. It's a bit of a random number, but it's also seems like more reasonable density to me on this. Maybe a little bit less than that. I'm not sure. I think it might be worth a straw poll because I'm not sure where everyone's at as to who would like to see this come back with a change in density potentially. I think myself and Evan and Mike were on board with that. Is there another commissioner who might, Mary also?
Yeah,
okay, so that you.
I just think it's too dense. I mean, just with the parking, there's just, but I like the fact there's small homes instead of trailers. I think that's better. I also want to hear a little more from the residents that live around there and where they're at. Because I think the gentleman's name was Nick, said that he's not totally opposed to more density, but he's way opposed to this amount of density.
Yeah.
So I just think there needs to be some working.
I'd also be interested in hearing from the road department regarding some of these other traffic mitigations. There was mentions of gates onto Desert Road or breakaway cone.
Right.
Mesa Road. Oh yeah. I'm unfamiliar with a lot of those options. What kind of costs might be involved with that? If that would be something we would ask the developer to foot, if that was something that, it's nominal enough that we could take something on like that in exchange for this housing that's coming online. So with asking the project team to reduce the density, I would be interested in knowing more about, supporting the project through and the neighborhood through, possibly a gate or some of these other things.
Yeah. All right. Someone want to make a motion? Mary?
I move to deny the alternative dwelling overlay for the Grand County parcel numbers 02-0021-0142 and 02-0021-0143. And the associated master plan and development agreement for with the following findings: that the density is not compatible with the existing characteristic of the neighborhood, and questions about traffic input. Excuse me.
Thanks, Mary. All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann, a second Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion on this?
I'll give a little bit. I don't think we've had a single person other than the developer speak positively of this. So the neighbors are clearly impacted, and I think that we've got to get some to the point that it was even contentious, and I believe our county attorney had to help escort some of those people out at the last meeting. So we really need some public buy-in.
I would say, I think there was one commenter, I think it was the same woman who wanted to make the point that some of these folks deserve to have a place other than just along the 191 corridor. Anyway, that's not here.
But I do think we've received quite a bit of general comment in favor of this. And I think we've received general comments that we shouldn't, we shouldn't like put them all along 191. I don't personally necessarily agree with those comments, but there have been quite a few of them. And I think these people, they don't care which ones we choose. They just think we should be approving a lot of them. So I think it would be fair to say that there are quite a few people in favor of this, because those same people will be in favor of, something like this in almost any location.
Mike?
Benefits can always outweigh the NIMBY. But I would have liked to see previous, or in future, I'd love to see the neighborhood and the developer working together a little bit more. Compromise would have gone a lot farther. If we could have seen that, we could have made a clear decision today.
Thanks, Mike.
And I'll just, the idea of whether to postpone or deny it tonight. I think that denying it tonight is cleaner, and I would like to look at this. If they choose to resubmit in the next round, I would like the opportunity to look at it side by side against other projects, so that we can really kind of choose the best ones. So I'm for seeing it come back alongside all the other applications.
Thanks. Trish? Any further comment, Trish?
Nope.
Thanks. All right, I'll call for a vote then. The motion was made to deny by Commissioner McGann, and the second was Commissioner Winfield. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
And passes unanimously. All right, we are on to our last one of the alternative dwelling overlay rezones. This one is at 2890 Spanish Valley Drive, parcel number 02-0022-0033. Jenna.
This application proposes 7 non-RV traditionally built or pre-manufactured tiny home dwelling sites to be developed on rural residential zone property where the applicant currently lives in his primary dwelling. All dwelling sites are proposed with full water, sewer, and electrical hookups, in addition to the development site being designed with a community pavilion that would house amenities such as additional storage, outside kitchen, and laundry facilities. While adjacent property is also zoned rural residential, in the 2012 and 2030 general plan, it was identified that this area should be looked at as a rural center node in regards to future development, which calls for neighborhood retail, local commercial, local tourism, and increased residential density up to 3.2 units per acre. Additionally, recent takeaways from future land use plan public workshops, as well as input provided by the Land Use Steering Committee, would identify this area as an ideal location for increased residential density. Regarding compliance with the land use code, the proposal meets all development and use standards required by the ADO district related to setbacks, utilities, lot size and coverage, site size, parking requirements, and screening. In a public hearing on July 10th, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 with 2 absent to send a favorable recommendation based on the application meeting the criteria for consideration of overall design of the proposed development, commute time in relation to existing commercial corridors, proximity to where jobs are located, and in relation to multimodal transportation options, either existing or planned, and compatibility with future land use designations. Only one public comment in favor of the application was heard during that Planning Commission public hearing, and no comments were heard or submitted for County Commission public hearing.
Great, thanks, John. I'll open the discussion. I for some of the other reasons I stated, this isn't on 191. I like the permanent built structures on this. I also wrote out to this one again and just take another look around, and seems like it would be a nice place to live for a little bit while you worked in Moab. I'm generally in favor of this one, I think. Kevin?
Yeah, for me, this is the toughest call. I do think, it's just plunked down in the middle of a bunch of, low density areas. So I think for the sake of consistency, I'm not going to support this one. But I do acknowledge that, it's tiny homes rather than RV spots. It's not huge, just in terms of the absolute numbers. I ride and drive and bike by there a lot, so the impact seems lower than some of the others, but I think for the sake of consistency, I'm not in favor of this. So.
Jacques, may I make a comment?
Yes, Trish.
I'm gonna just parrot what Kevin said. I pretty much hold my line on rezoning of rural residential, so I won't be voting for this. But I do appreciate it. It does look like a well-developed little community.
Thanks. Anyone else have an opinion on this or want to add to the discussion or make a motion?
The comment was negative or positive for this? You said you only had one comment, is that right?
Positive.
Positive.
If I may.
Yes, please, Elisa.
Applicants are here, so I don't know when it would be appropriate to give them the option to speak if they want to. But I also, this came up in our last presentation. I just wanted to remind everybody that the HDHO Desert Soul project is just down the road. It's 42 units of townhomes. So it's a HDH, I think it's 10 units per acre of that property. So it is kind of going in that direction, I would say. Just remind, because I don't think we have a vicinity map here that shows kind of where the parcel is in relation to other developments that's already happening. Higher density.
Mike?
Public family comment from 2 lots down is favorable for this as great use. They look to do ADUs and other things down the 1 lot away. So,
Kevin?
I guess I have so few opportunities to disagree with Elisa that I want to jump at this. So even though I'm only mildly opposed to this, I'm very opposed to Elisa's reasoning. I've heard this just for years before her time here. There's one big development on Spanish Valley Drive, therefore we should allow these others. I think that's just ridiculous. Once we make one zoning mistake, then we're obligated to replicate the mistake in anything that's within a quarter mile of it. So this is mostly a low density area. If we want it to be higher density, that we should do that in the upcoming land use code revision, label it that way. So I feel okay with this because usually, I think so highly of Elisa. I think she's great, but not right that moment. So.
Mary.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the alternative dwelling overlay for Grand County parcel number 020022-0033 and associated master plan and development agreement with the following findings. I find that the overall design of the proposed development includes site design, landscaping, and activities and amenities included as the community pavilion.
Thank you. Okay. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Began and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion on this?
I'm actually fairly neutral on this one, but I just felt I needed to weigh in on Kevin's points since he's taking jabs at people. But I think the idea of resisting density changes is tough for me because obviously there's changes happening in the valley, and we've gotten citizen comments on other projects of like, this isn't what I bought into 30 years ago, and this wasn't what it was like when I was a kid or whatever. And I'm definitely sensitive to that. And, but 30 years ago, there was 5 billion people on Earth, 3 billion people on Earth. Now there's 7, 8 billion people on Earth. I don't know. And so just, and then when you look at our country individually and the number of people that are coming to Utah, that are growing up in Utah, there's just more and more people every year. And I think that if we fight really hard to preserve these really large lots, that we're unintentionally creating this exclusivity where those people that are growing up here, the neighbors down the street, can't afford to be around anymore. And so I appreciate this being located near a node that has been identified probably since before the Shell station went in. And I also appreciate that there's some better work to be done about zoning changes happening on a larger scale in terms of looking at the whole map at once. But I think that kind of change in the world is inevitable. And this seems to be a good way to support more housing options in our county.
Thanks. Mary?
I forgot to do the conditions. I apologize. I need to add that too.
For approval, you can have conditions or not. It's denials what they're going to appeal, but you can add conditions. I would encourage that. The more consistency that the commission has.
Okay, so the conditions are development is limited to 7 non-RV traditionally built homes or pre-manufactured tiny homes, ADO sites as designed on the approval master plan dated 6/06/2023. The owner shall record the development agreement in the real property records of Grand County simultaneously with the approved ordinance and prior to applications for the further site plan construction and development approvals. Add that to my
Thanks.
motion. Is that okay?
And yeah. Okay, and then Bill had his hand up. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I think Stephen's saying that should be interpreted as a proposed amendment.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll second the amendment.
Okay.
And then we should.
Yep, all on.
Take that, Dave. Dug me a hole.
Yeah, friendly addition, friendly.
Well,
friendly.
but it's been so long since.
Friendly.
Okay. So I think my call for a vote on there.
I think it doesn't need to be an amended motion. Yeah, friendly addition, right? If we want to call it that.
As presented.
And then I'd call on Bill, had his hand up when Mary started.
So I think this is a well-designed, well-thought-out project. It's clear that they went to some trouble here to do more than just van sites, and they've clearly got neighborhood buy-in. They don't have anybody here negatively pushing back on this. I think it's a great place, and it's right there, easy access to Spanish Valley. It's hard to vote against this one.
Thank you. Kevin?
I just wanted to continue the slugfest with Evan. So I think I've been careful to say most of what Evan said was, we need to increase density in some places, and I completely agree, we do. But I don't think we should be doing a piecemeal. I think we should be doing it as part of a land use code revision, unless it seems like a really easy choice or, really strong. And this isn't one of those. So that's my main point. Not against density, not, that I want to pretend there's only 3 billion people in the world, but we should do it in an orderly way rather than a piecemeal way. So thanks.
I agree.
All right, I'll call for a vote. The motion was to approve by Mary with conditions, and the second was from Bill. So all those in favor of approval, raise your hands. All those opposed. Trish.
I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you. So the motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Walker and Hedin in opposition. All right, Jenna, thank you. We got through all of those. We are on to agenda item 12. And Kevin, if you don't mind, I've been needing to use the restroom for quite a while. I would ask.
Okay.
Are you
Yeah.
good with presenting that?
Sure. Find it.
Yeah, I think we'll get back.
Okay, so item 12 is discussion and possible action on an ordinance to amend land use code Article 5 about project boundary buffer requirements. And this is Elisa.
Are we waiting? We're just going forward.
We're keeping going.
Okay. Cool. So this public hearing for the land use code amendment to modify the project boundary buffer was on August 1st at your last meeting, and the public comment period was open for 10 days. We did not receive any comments from the public on this one. At the meeting, we did discuss possible revisions to the proposed language that staff had drafted, and also which had input from the planning commission. So we went back and kind of reworked some of that language to incorporate the feedback from Commissioner Walker. And so the final draft that we have now in front of you, it's modified slightly, but basically we've kind of understood the intent of this requirement a little bit better after talking it through at the last meeting. And what we seem to come to consensus on is that the intent really was to provide a mitigation buffer basically for subdivisions that might be higher density going in next to a lower density zoning district. And also that there's a component of looking at the building height and how building height can impact neighboring parcels. And so those two things combined in that section were a little confusing for staff to interpret because they're two different processes. The project boundary buffer applies to subdivisions, which is a plat. And at that point, you don't look at building height generally. So the building height requirement, and which would trigger a buffer, would be at the building permit stage. And so we just separated those two things out to distinguish that. And then it basically just included the language to require a 20-foot buffer for subdivisions that are a higher density going in adjacent to a lower density zoning district or existing neighborhood. So that's kind of the quick summary on that land use code update. And I did send it out to you all for kind of an initial review. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer clarifying questions or further suggestions for the revision.
Yeah, so I have a few, and I apologize for not getting a chance to look at this earlier. So in 541B, it talks about buildings exceeding 28 feet, but it's only referring to the large lot residential and rural residential zones. And I understand, if I understood your emails, that's because those are the only two zones, residential zones, that allow buildings in excess of 28 feet.
That's right. Yeah.
But I do think in the future, we might change the land use code. So so maybe just leave out that it'll just, if a building exceeds 20 feet in any zone, then that should apply. That seems more robust.
Yeah, so I guess that's where I wanted to clarify with you on, there's two kind of distinct areas where this requirement shows up, and it's in part 1 residential districts, and then again in part 2 non-residential districts. And the project boundary buffer for that section is basically remaining. We didn't really change much except to just clarify a little bit of the language. Essentially it makes more sense to buffer, commercial going in next to residential. So this is not changing, but I don't know if you would want to have that 20-foot buffer language for the building height also included here.
You mean in the case where non-residential that maybe is next to residential? I mean, how does it compare to what was? I mean, in the previous version that we were taking as a starting point, there was that provision that, you know, the height of the setback had to be at least as large as the height of the building in certain circumstances. Was that for also for commercial zones?
Oh, so, yeah, that language is still here. Let's see if it reads correctly. For all other projects, the project boundary buffer on each edge shall be 20 feet for the proposed building height, if the number is greater. And actually, the reason why that makes sense here, and I think that when this was written, it might have actually been intended for non-residential, and then it was just kind of copied and pasted into residential. It makes sense here because on a commercial project, we're looking at site plan review and not a subdivision necessarily. So we would be looking at building height, and then we could require at that stage a buffer.
Okay, yeah, so for the commercial areas, I'm in favor of retaining what's already in there. And then the question is what happens in the residential subdivisions, and you point out that often you're just looking at a subdivision, you know, there's no building plans, but I think I've seen at some stage of platting, you know, they've got like a building envelope, or, you know, these are the areas in which you're allowed to build. And it seems to me you could just put that on the plat, you know, there's some with a little star, but you know, if the building's 30 feet, then it needs to be 30 foot back. You know, it could be a note on the plat rather than a polygon.
Yeah, I could see that being a good thing to do. But I still feel like that this language here would suffice unless you want to go to 20, anything that exceeds 20 feet instead of 28 feet. But this would still apply to it would just be more of a process that we would include it as a plat code. That would be a procedural thing more than something.
Sure.
In our language code.
Okay, but in what you have on the screen right now, maybe the proposal is to leave off that opening clause that limits this to LLR and RR zones. Because if building heights are going to be changed in the future, we would want it to apply to any of the residential zones, right?
Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, this would only apply in the case where you're allowed to go up to 35 feet. And that means you're allowed to build a 3-story building, residential structure in rural residential or large lot residential.
But I think I like the MFR zone, people are always wanting to build higher. So we might change the land use code, you know, in the near future.
Right.
And you change that 28 to 42 feet or something like that.
We would want to be very careful about setting our setbacks for MFR.
Right, but we could future-proof the lower section of the code if we just said, you know, just if a building exceeds 28 feet, blah, blah, blah. And so I don't think we gain anything. Yeah.
The specific zoning being LLR.
Yeah.
So.
Apologize for not having this conversation yesterday.
So just this language here, if a building exceeds 28 feet, then the rear and side yard setbacks shall be measured at a length equal to the overall height of the building.
Yeah. So other than that, I didn't have any comments.
Anyone else have a comment? I came in a little bit late, but yeah, Bill.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned that we're adding so much to this. And I mean, I can't quite follow where Kevin's going with all this. Do we need to push this down and postpone a vote on this? I mean, I'm struggling a little bit with following where you're going.
Well, one thing I think is true, and Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, is compared to our existing land use code, this is going to be more permissive. Like there's going to be certain subdivisions that used to have this buffer requirement and they're not anymore, you know, the smaller ones, which was one of the motivations.
It's true. And it also provides clarification that any subdivision that's 5 or less than 5 lots, so smaller subdivisions that would be providing those infill opportunities would not have to be not have to follow this buffer requirement.
And I appreciate that. If that is, I'm concerned when we're going through making policy and you're typing that all in here and then we're expected to vote on it if I don't quite follow Kevin's thought process. So as long as it isn't restricting anybody, And I'm in agreement with voting on it now. If it is, I think I need time to look at it.
My understanding is we've got some existing restrictions and we're making them a little less strict.
Yeah.
I get that.
All around, yeah. for
But
sure.
I'm also, I think you raise a very good point about wanting to understand what we vote for. And so I'm not opposed to postponing this if you
I
want to.
take your explanation.
Yeah. Mike,
28, mark is building height or wall height.
Overall building height.
Overall
So,
building height,
and
okay.
when I did my research and talking to the building department too, it used to be that like 10 to 12 feet was about a 1-story building, but now it's kind of like 14. So the 28 feet would be a 2-story building, but anything going into the 3-story building would not be able to fit in 28 feet. So that's where that number comes from.
Understand?
Yeah.
Okay. My self-help house was 22 feet, so I very much understand that part.
Bill,
I'll make the motion. I move to approve the ordinance amending land use code article 5, lot design standards to modify the project boundary buffer requirement, with revisions made during the discussion.
Great. I'll second that.
all right. I have a motion to approve with revisions by Bill and a second by Kevin. Any further discussion? Kevin?
No, I was ready to vote.
Yeah, all right. Let's vote. All in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. And we are on to the agenda item number 13, 2023 Rural County Grant Allocations, and Mallory is going to handle this one.
Right, this is the good one. So I'm gonna keep it brief, but I'm gonna go through things in the following schedule. First, touch on the grant in general, then get into the part of this that is for the Chamber of Commerce funding agreement, then talk about the assured housing component, and then end it with a suggested motion that's a little bit different than what is in that. So this is the Rural County Grant Part A, which comes through the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. Fun fact, it's actually part of why we have EDAB. They are charged with also making recommendations, as they did in their last meeting. And so one of those recommendations that they made isn't necessary because it is in what was already approved as the project plan. But the other piece that we'll go to is the agreement for $16,735. This would go to the Chamber of Commerce for them to administer to almost mini business summits that I think Jacques spoke to earlier. And I think that that's decently lined out in the scope of work that Sky in the Economic Development Office stepped up and helped with quite a bit. So if you have any questions about that piece, let me know. Otherwise, we'll move to the next one, which maybe is a little more complicated. In 2018, the county approved an assured housing ordinance. So for those of you who don't know, if you're for developers building some kind of a hotel, condo, they had the option, and this is still in effect, we just aren't building anymore, of you could build a certain number of units for your employees, or you could do a fee in lieu. And if you did the fee in lieu, it went into a housing fund that we still have, that's still in the ordinance as something. I could go through if you want the uses. And so we have that chunk of money. We need to have maybe a little committee, I think planning commission or planning and zoning, we could talk about putting together some criteria of what they see for that funding to actually go to. But with that, the remainder of the money that needs to be allocated with this grant, it says 57,000, that would go into this fund. So it would be available for some affordable housing county economic development efforts. It just has to be ironed out exactly what that is. And that is something you guys would need to determine, not just for this grant, but for that entire pot of money, especially as and if it grows. So with that, back to the motion, I would suggest that if you want to approve it, you approve the $16,735 for the Chamber of Commerce. But instead of specifying the remaining $57,000, I would say something that captures any funding left, because I do think there might be a bit more than $57,000. And that by motioning that way, we can use it versus losing it.
Yeah, I have a question. So the third part of this that was originally in there, I'm at a loss why that's not part of it now.
I think you're talking about the third part of the recommendation, which was for Vista funding.
Yeah, $21,000 or something.
Yes, and so that was what was originally approved, was $25,000 for the Vista program for economic development. So we paid $4,500 for that Vista, and that's where the $21,000 remains. So we looked into that. Economic development staff and Alicia did a lot with looking into the Vista funding allocations and what we can and cannot do. And so what we are planning at this point is to use that money for more of a Vista gap fund. So it wouldn't just be for economic development. It would be for other vistas at the county, for trainings, relocating. It could be housing. I think that was actually the intent, was to supplement the rent to make sure that they could have some housing in place. So
I guess my thoughts and feelings on that $21,000 was that it should have been spread out over other vistas. I know that we don't have just the one in the county, and rather than giving that to somebody, it would seem like a definite favor, or however you want to word it. So either the entire Vista program or spread that out some. So that's why I was curious about it, but I don't have a problem with what we're looking at here.
yeah, and we are intending to do that.
Yes,
split it up, not just one person.
So Melanie, I had a question about your proposed modified motion. I mean, reading the original motion, I'm assuming that first they decided to give $57,000 to the affordable housing thing, and then everything left over went to the Chamber of Commerce, or did the Chamber of Commerce submit and ask for this very specific amount of money?
So I believe it was everything left over. However, in pulling some things, just a quick scan, I do think that there's some things that were maybe coded, not coded incorrectly, but just earmarked to the wrong account. So I don't think that there's a large amount, but I do think that there's a few $1,000s that actually should be applied to something else for the PA next study.
Okay, but could we just propose to say, $16,750 to the chamber, to the chamber, and then whatever's left over to the.
Yes,
okay.
That's what I'm suggesting. Sorry, lots of cat.
Mary?
I move to approve the attached agreement with Moab Area Chamber of Commerce for $16,735.22 in the rural county grant funding, and approve the allotment of the remaining amount to the rural county grant fund towards the Affordable Housing Assistance Program fund.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, motion from Commissioner McGann, second from Commissioner Walker. Any other discussion on this?
I would just say that as you're digging around in this stuff, I am actually curious about the implementation of the assured housing ordinance and kind of so if we could get an update on that at some point, that'd be great. Because and kind of who it applied to, who's actually built it, who's done the payment and plan.
I agree with that. I'd like that.
We'll give you an update.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And we're up to our final non-consent agenda action item number 14, Grant County Water Conservancy District Board vacancy. And Commissioner Hedin is going to present this one.
Yeah, so I'll just go over a couple things. They did a really nice job on the agenda, agenda summary, but I'll just highlight some things. This board is one of 3 boards that exists at GWISA. This is a midterm vacancy due to the passing of Rex Tanner. This board covers all of Grand County except for the Castle Valley watershed, as they pulled out of being a part of the larger watershed, and it includes a portion of San Juan County. So thus, this makes this legislative body a little complex due to that piece that it encompasses North San Juan County. We are tasked with sending 3 nominees to the governor, who will make the selection. There are 5 members total, 4 of them within Grand County and 1 in San Juan County. So we are putting in nominations for that Grand County seat. It is a part of the code that states that 1 member of the Grand County Water Conservancy District is required to, in quotes, own irrigation rights and uses those as a part of their livelihood. It should be noted that Brian Backus from San Juan County fills that piece of the code. It should be noted that within this process, it's been a little cumbersome. When this was first proposed, it was this. First of all, this is an extremely important board, and actually, if my memory serves me, Chris Barrett stated that it's probably the most important board in the county. What they control is water within this valley and Kins Lake, and so it's extremely important. When Ben was going over the stipulations, one of the things that he stated in the meeting that I was at, that it was going to go through the Grand County Commission and the San Juan County Commission, I began to push back at that point. This is not a San Juan County seat. This is a Grand County seat. And so to me, there was no reason for it to go through the San Juan County Commission. That was eventually agreed upon. But just a couple things. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 7 applicants altogether. Mary O'Brien was pulled out because she is in the Castle Valley watershed. So 6 applicants. None of those applicants were interviewed, and they finally decided on sending 3 recommendations forward to us, which are Ken Helfenbein, Ben Wilson, and Kevin Clyde, based on the stipulations that they have irrigation rights and it is a part of their livelihood, which again, only 1 board member needs to satisfy those components, and that is satisfied by Brian Backus. So that's kind of what I will give you. And so discussion.
Great, thanks Trish. Kevin.
Sure, I'll say a little bit more. I do think this is an important board appointment. A few months ago, you might recall that Mark Stilson was in here giving I think a very good presentation on water, and he ended up with what I thought was a really good metaphor, that basically the state is going to intervene in water and aquifer issues only as a last resort after things have already gone pretty bad, and that it's really the job of us to just quote land the plane safely. But I want to extend his metaphor a little bit, because it's not just up to the Grand County Commission to land the plan safely. We also need Moab City. They control quite a bit of water, and so does GWISA, and so does San Juan County, and so does Moab Irrigation Company. So there's actually 5 of us in the cockpit that need to land the plane safely, and some of those people are chained to certain controls. So, so I think eventually, GWISA is going to be, along with other partners, making some very important decisions about, long-term aquifer health and water policy and things like that. And my thoughts about this board nomination is, I'd like to see more, variety on that board and people who I think will, be able to discuss and decide on those issues in a good way. So I just, contrary to the existing board recommendations where they thought the most important thing would be that someone was an irrigator, I think the board, the responsibilities are much wider than that. I think they're already doing a good job, making sure the culinary and irrigation water systems are continuing to run. But I think looking in the future, where I think the board could use more depth is around these larger aquifer issues. So my recommendation would be that the three names before would be Cara Dornren, Steve Getz, and Kevin Clyde. I've talked to those people. I think they all have good knowledge, think about water. So that's and that, should I go ahead and make a motion?
Yeah, it sounds like you.
Okay, so I'll move toward those three names to the governor. So I move to approve the following nominees for Grand County Water Conservancy District Board in the associated letter of recommendation to Governor Cox. First choice, Cara Doenren. Second choice, Steve Getz. Third choice, Kevin Clyde. And I could, discuss in more depth, why I think those are good choices, but I'll stop for now.
I don't.
Yeah, go ahead, Trish.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner Hedin, and opening up to discussion. Bill.
Number one, is that the standard that we go through this lengthy explanation and then he makes a motion before the rest of us get to weigh in? Because I felt a little bit rushed right there, and I would like to weigh in, but I'll gladly do it now. I'm just saying.
As far as the procedure goes, I think Trish was a presenter, and then Kevin had his hand up. And I think was
I have a real short answer to that. What I should have done is make the motion first, and then in debate, whoever makes the motion gets to talk first. So it works out the same.
Well, kind of. Okay, sloppy this.
Okay.
You have the floor, Bill.
I would like to speak to the fact that they brought us three names, and as an advisory board or whatever you want to call them, why are we not going with their recommendations, number one? And then this is more than cumbersome. This is manipulating and meddling in somebody else's business is the way that I see this. And as we go down the lines, I agree that both Steve Getz and Kevin Clyde would be good recommendations. I don't believe Cara is. Now, she doesn't own, well, she might own some water rights, but she's watering of wildscapes off of the aquifer water. She's on a public water system. Why are we pulling somebody to be on a board over Ken's Lake people, over other people that are more qualified than she is on that board? And so we're dealing with a board here that oversees irrigation and water rights. And when we look at people around this valley, and some of them are the loudest voice against any growth based off of water, or they're always complaining about that our aquifer is at its limit. And yet many of them are pulling out of the aquifer. I pull out of it and I water my own. And I wouldn't request to sit on a board that it oversees people who irrigate out of Ken's Lake. I don't see that there's any way, shape, or form that Cara should be nominated in this position, and I would be against that.
Mike.
My list was close, but a little bit different. 2 out of 3. I see where both have spoken against it. That's why I didn't. If to make an amendment, I would add remove Cara and replace with Ben Wilson. But Steve Getz, being my previous opponent, was extremely focused on water. And I feel would represent us one of the most, or the best. Kevin Clyde, again, having a heavy hand in this entire valley for years, cares deeply about the area. And Ben is one of the biggest users of Ben and Ben's family are one of the biggest users of Ken's Lake irrigation water in the valley. That's my discussion of waste.
Okay. Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to address some of the points that Bill raised. I think this, both the Conservancy District and the umbrella Quissa group do more than just manage irrigation water rights. And that's, I think there is already, like Gary Wilson, who you just referred to, he's already on the Quissa board. I think other irrigators like Ken Helfenbein is on the Quissa board. Brian Backus, is on this particular. So that kind of breadth and knowledge is already present on the board. But I think long term, the most important decisions the board's going to be making is, not how to, make sure that things run smoothly for the next year, blah, blah, blah. It's decisions about water rights, how much to draw out of the aquifer, how to collaborate with Moab City and other, rights holders for the Glen Canyon aquifer about, when we stop drawing and when we have to start on developing surface water. I will say in favor of Cara, she served on the city's, I forget the exact name of the board, it's probably in her resume, but it was a board looking at water policy generally. I think she's very knowledgeable. I talked with her. She also, this isn't directly about water, but she was on this Mill Creek collab, whatever the Mill Creek, the group that came up with the Mill Creek plan.
Collaboration.
Mill Creek collaboration.
MCCC.
And I don't necessarily, I don't endorse every single recommendation they made, but I think the process they went through and the way it was run was very professionally done. And I think Cara was the main person behind that. So she's a competent person who knows how to operate in groups. She already knows a lot about water. And that's why I think we should send a letter to the governor making her our first preferred choice.
Bill? I totally disagree. She may be qualified, and I'm not talking about her qualifications, but she's drawn water out of the aquifer. She needs to be looked at as somebody who is not helping this situation, and she's not part of an irrigation system. She is not part of the grader that's going on with the Ken's Lake water. Yes, she's qualified. So are a lot of people, but so are all three of the names that were presented, and we are meddling in this board's business is what we really are doing here. And we're trying to manipulate and send a recommendation to the governor that doesn't agree with them.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, Mary.
Oftentimes I find this interesting with the Travel Council Advisory Board too, is that we have people on the board that have vested interests that almost have a conflict of interest. And we require those people to be on the board. We have someone that is irrigating. And that is a person, so the irrigation part is part of it, but it's only a part of it. And it also means it's a part of a person that has almost a conflict of interest, a vested interest in the situation. And so it's not a requirement of the state that they are irrigators. That is a criteria that our own board created. So I haven't always agreed. Oftentimes in the past, we haven't taken the recommendations
of the board for that appointee. Yeah, we frequently do, but we also
every once in a while say, well, we prefer someone with less of a vested interest in the irrigation section of it and more of a knowledge. And she's very active on the water partnership that Arnie runs with
Moab Area Watershed Partnership.
Yeah, she is. When I was part of that group, she was probably the most active and involved and knowledgeable person in that section, and not just in one small area, but in a broad, saw the big picture of the entire water situation in our county.
Bill?
Yeah, I'd be fine with the other two names, and if we want to add Ken at the bottom of the three, but I'm 100% against using somebody that's draining the aquifer, and yet this is what our whole attempt is here, is to try and bring in scientists and to have all these water meetings and everything that you're doing, Trish. This is a clear manipulation of a board, and we've got to back off here and put three names in of people that actually qualify to be on that board. So I think that we need to amend the motion.
Yeah, I
vote.
Yeah, well, you're free to either call the question or propose an amendment, but I guess I'm confused by Bill's comments. I mean, you say we're manipulating the board, but it's a board whose members we appoint, right? So I think, we're disagreeing with the recommendation. That happens sometimes, but we appoint 4 out of 5 members on this board. San Juan County appoints the 5th. So I don't see how that's manipulation. And I think it's incorrect to say that this is primarily and only about irrigation. If you look at the charter for the Conservancy district, which is quite old, it talks about conserving and developing water, blah blah blah, in all of Grand County. And in fact, until I forget what the year was, but for quite a while they had regional districts. So you had to have a Capitol Valley representative on this board, and you had to have a Thompson or Elgin representative on this board. And that was eventually changed, but it wasn't changed because we want to forget about the rest of the county and only focus on, Spanish Valley. It was changed because they had trouble recruiting people from those low population districts. Also, so that's just for the Conservancy district, but I think the real issue here is the way GWISA is structured, is that the people who vote on the GWISA board are the people who are on the 3 constituent organizations. If you go through the minutes of this board, the meetings are typically 5 minutes long. They've got the larger meeting. I will admit I've only looked at 4 randomly selected ones. But my strong impression is that the thing that's purely Conservancy district is very short, and that the WISA, the larger umbrella group, is doing the largest things, and that certainly extends beyond just irrigation. So I guess I just disagree that this is only about irrigation. I don't understand your point. If someone's pumping water out of the aquifer, then that disqualifies them from being on a board that concerns itself with water. And I think both WISA and the Conservancy district are about more things. So I think, and if you look at the existing board members, there is quite a bit of knowledge and experience with the sort of irrigation issues that you are concerned about. So this wouldn't suddenly change the board to a bunch of people who know nothing about irrigation. Trish?
Just a couple quick things. I've been on that board now a couple of years, and I want to make a statement. Brian Backus, my first entire year at Groundwater at the meetings, never came at all. And they were going to remove him, and he started showing up. So that's great. But I will state that board's, kind of struggling. Rex would come and go. He wasn't very consistent. So I think the fact that we have people coming forward, whether it's Kevin or Steve or Cara, that are really engaged and interested, I'm excited about that. I was excited to see this many applications. A couple things. Ken Helfenbein is on another board for GWISA, so he's represented, and I think that he's a great, he's a large irrigator on East Bench, and I think he's has his voice. Gary is the one who carries the bulk of those irrigation rights and uses a lot of water in the valley. And Gary, again, is a great voice. And so I think allowing a little bit of diversity on those boards, I'm not trying to manipulate anything. I think it's just good to have some diversity. I think our commission is really diverse, and I think it's great. I think it's great to have some banter. Right now, that board is pretty, yeah, there. So anyways, I think it's, that's just my opinion. I think this recommendation isn't a bad recommendation. And in the end, the governor's going to choose who he thinks is appropriate. If you guys have more questions about kind of how it goes at those GWISA meetings, please, ask, but.
No, that's a good point. We're putting 3 candidates forward and the governor gets the final decisions. Anyway, I think we've had enough discussion. I'll call for a vote. The motion was made by Commissioner Walker and the second was from Commissioner Hedin. The candidates put forward did you put them forward in order of preference?
Order of preference, and I think the letter to the governor should, yes, let him know what our order of preference is.
Could you restate that?
Yeah, let's get Cara Dornwind first choice, Steve Getz second choice, Kevin Clyde third choice.
Okay. All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Winfield and McCurdy in opposition. And we have come to our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes approval of payment of bills that I'm pulling up right now. Total bills in the amount of $1,551,927.20. Total payroll in the amount of $368,590.02 for a total of bills and payroll in the amount of $1,920,517.22. Second on the consent agenda is approval of meeting minutes from our August 1st, 2023 meeting. Also, agenda item C, leasing vehicles for fall for Trail Ambassador Program. Agenda item D, grant funded UTV and trailer purchases for motorized Trail Ambassador Program. Agenda item E, road department purchase of a John Deere 5100 series AG tractor. Agenda item F, opioid funding agreement with Utah Support Advocates for Recovery Awareness. That's USARA. Item G, opioid funding agreement with Moab Regional Recovery Center. Item H, opioid funding agreement with Wellness Collective. I, independent contractor agreement with HRL Compliance Solutions for fuel spill cleanup at the airport on an as needed basis. And finally, consent agenda item J, fiscal year 24 contract agreement, Utah Department of Natural Resources, Forestry, Fire and State Lands, and Grand County Weeds Department. Kevin.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented by the chair.
Thank you. Mike, I have a motion to approve from Commissioner Walker, a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any discussion on any of the consent agenda items? Gabe.
I just want to say real quick that with this action regarding the opioid funding, my office will be able to cut checks to these amazing, incredible organizations that I know we all hold in really high esteem, and the ability to take part in the process to get those funds out is, probably easily one of the best parts of my job. So
awesome. Thanks for that, Gabe. Appreciate it.
And do you mind if I say something just really quick? USARA is having their overdose awareness evening on the 31st of August at Rotary Park. And so, yeah, just wanted to point that out. And thank you so much, Gabe. I'm really excited.
Thanks. All right, call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve consent agenda, raise your hand.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously, 6-0 with Commissioner Winfield absent. We'll move on to our discussion.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Yes.
We have people in the audience that are here, I believe, for the public hearing. Recognizing their time, I would like to move public hearing to now.
That sounds like a great recommendation.
Great recommendation.
You can go anytime you want.
I know. Yeah. All right. We, at the suggestion of Commissioner McGann, I will move the public hearing forward. This is agenda item 19 for dimensional variance at 1360 Overlook Road, Antonuccio, parcel number 02-0OVL-0003. And Jenna is presenting this.
Okay, so I don't know if anyone who's been on the board or commission when an application for variance has been heard, maybe 7 or so. So we're going to kind of Yes, Mary?
I think, I think maybe once, but it's not very often.
I think that they've in the past gone to Craig Call our appeal or I can't remember the proper. Yes.
Okay, well, that's actually probably a great place to start. So just for the record, in case there's any kind of stenographic record that's requested at any time, this is a variance application for 1360 Overlook Road. Our applicant and appellant is Mark Antonuccio here. He is the owner of Westside Woodworks. The application occurred because the applicant came to the planning department with the goal of building an expansion addition on the back of the property located at that unit. To do that, essentially, the applicant would then have to submit a subdivision plat amendment. So in order to move forward with that process, the applicant would first be needing a dimensional variance to be granted in order to know if he could move forward with that subdivision application. So with that in mind, I did include in the staff reports the requirements that an applicant in this case would need to meet and demonstrate in order to be granted a variance. And I did make a couple of printouts of Utah Land Use Institute version of this and highlighted it just so it's easy to look at in case you're scrolling through your reports.
There's a couple of things. Are you asking for?
Well, I guess that would depend on, no, that's great. It would depend on the commission's choice. So ultimately, the policy and practices that you would vote at your next meeting on this. There are some recommendations in the agenda summary that we can talk about with this. But maybe we could just start with the background of the application and then kind of go from there with the guidance of the county attorney.
That sounds good.
So the paper you have just ultimately has highlighted those hardships that the applicant would need to demonstrate in order to be granted a variance. Utah State Code doesn't allow for any use variances, only dimensional. So this does fall in the category that would allow that. The applicant has submitted a full and complete application, was determined by the planning departments. The request proposes a reduced rear yard setback to 18 feet for the purpose of building an addition at the rear of Unit 3. Land Use Code Section 5.5.1 that defines the rear yard setback for properties in the Highway Commercial Zoning District as 20 feet. The applicant is proposing that 18-foot rear yard setback. The application was processed in accordance with Land Use Code at 9.1.3, minimum submission requirements, and Section 9.13 variances. The county commission is authorized to grant variances subject to the requirements of Land Use Code Section 9.13. And just for the record, I'm going to kind of walk through what those hardship demonstrations are required to be. It would be required that the applicant demonstrate that the literal enforcement of the ordinance would cause unreasonable hardship for the applicant that is not necessary to carry out the general purpose of the land use ordinance. The unreasonable hardship can only be found when that alleged hardship is isolated or associated with the property and not from conditions that are general to the neighborhood, and comes from circumstances particular to the property and not from conditions that are general to the neighborhood. Also needs to demonstrate that there are special circumstances attached to the property that do not generally apply to other properties in the same zone. The appeal authority may find that special circumstances exist only if those circumstances relate to the hardship complained of, or deprived the property owner of privileges granted to other properties in the same zone, and are not simply common differences between the property and others in the area. Additionally, that granting the variance is essential to the enjoyment of a substantial property right possessed by other properties in the same zone, and that the variance will not substantially affect the general plan and will not be contrary to public interest. As well, the final item being that the spirit of the land use ordinance is observed and substantial justice done. So you'll see that in your agenda summary, I did include the property history, defining that on December 10th, 2011, Grand County Council, approved the final plat for the Overlook Commercial Condominium, which is located in the Highway Commercial Zoning District fronting on Overlook Road. The recorded plat consists of three distinct parcels, units 1, 2, and 3, and roughly 34,000 square feet of common space. Unit 1 currently exists as storage, Unit 2 currently exists as a personal workshop, and Unit 3, the applicant's property, exists as Westside Woodworks Company. Each separate parcel and unit on the plat represents a separate bay within a warehouse structure built on the property, each held with separate ownership. Unit 3, the property owner, Mark Antonuccio, desires to build an addition onto his condominium unit in the rear yard space as business growth of the Westside Woodworks property has created the need for additional space. The applicant states that due to property values in the area, relocation of the business is cost prohibitive. The addition as proposed would encroach into the common space of the property as well as the required rear yard setback, thus triggering the requirement for dimensional variance and, if approved, a subsequent subdivision plat amendment in order to adjust the subject's parcel line within the recorded plats. Land Use Code Section 5.5.1, dimensional standards for residential districts, was evaluated for the request in consideration of an addition measuring 6.6 by 49.9 feet. So in evaluating the several locations that the addition could be, I looked at both the front, side, and rear property lines. Beginning with the front in 2010, when the original subdivision plat was approved, that 2008 land use code defined the front yard setback for highway commercial as being 50 feet. While the setback standards have been amended to allow for a 20-foot front yard setback in the highway commercial zoning districts, the applicant states that proposing addition in the front yard space would not be a feasible option as it would restrict large vehicle navigation and turnaround in the property. The existing front yard space is approximately 82 feet, accounting for required 20-foot front yard setback per the land use code. There's approximately 60 to 64 feet of buildable space in the front yard. The topography in the area would require some cut and fill there if it was approved. So I just took a street view so you can kind of get an idea of where that not very buildable corner might look.
So we're talking about the unit on the right. The right side.
Additionally, considering the side yard, in 2010, when the original subdivision was approved, the side yard setbacks were defined as 10 feet. Those side yard setbacks have not been changed, and the current land use code reflects the same 10-foot side yard setback. Building the addition in the side yard property space was determined by the applicant as infeasible, as it would restrict his access to the rear of the property. The existing side yard space between the structure and the north property line ranges in size from 18 feet at its narrowest portion and gets larger toward the rear, where at its widest measures approximately 45 feet. Accounting for the required 10-foot side yard setback, the buildable space in the side yard ranges from 8 foot at the narrowest point to 35 feet to the rear. If the proposed addition were aligned with the rear of the structure, running long ways east to west on the north side of the structure, the addition would fit in the side yard space. If the proposed addition were aligned in the rear, with the rear of the structure as described above, a minimum 13.4 foot drive access would remain at its narrowest point. And finally, in evaluating the rear yard, the 2010 original setbacks were required to be 20 feet, and those setback requirements have not changed. The rear yard space as measured from the rear of the existing structure to the property line is 34.6 feet. The applicant is proposing a structure with a width of 16.6 feet and a length of 49.9 feet. At this size, the proposed structure would encroach into the required rear yard setback by 2 feet, creating an 18-foot rear yard setback. An adjustment of the size of the proposed addition could potentially allow for construction without a variance approval. So I think that covers the necessary items for the record of staff report. Maybe turn to the attorney for next steps.
I don't know if you guys want to have the public hearing first. I mean, from my notes, we put in a big comment here. Normally, the county attorney's position we would like to see these go to our Craig Call. You guys have the ability to see it. Variances are unique. They're like unicorns. They have to have really, really, really good reasons, and that's why the language is so critical. I mean, looking at some of the criteria they have to meet, granting the variance is essential to the enjoyment. That the variance will not substantially affect the general plan, will not be contrary to public interest. The spirit of the land use ordinance is observed and substantial justice is done. These are very, very high bars. So they're going to be technical. There's going to be findings and conclusions of law that you guys are going to have to achieve. We can guide you through that process if that's what you'd like to do. But we have somebody that's an expert in that. He literally wrote the book on land use code. So our recommendation is that you go through and utilize that resource and service that we have. If the commission wants to do it themselves, we're happy to help. It's not noticed up today as a decision item. So it's on for a public hearing and discussion item only.
Okay, so if we were to go through, I'm sorry, who's the gentleman that you were?
Craig Hall.
Craig Hall. Call.
Yeah. He's out of Salt Lake, I think.
He also does appeals, so we've had a few.
Yeah, so
And we've
but
done.
the reason you're recommending Hall is more that this is unusual more than.
Variances are outliers. They're unique and they require some unique consideration of factors. Our code actually indicates that they will be the person that does them. There is a portion of the land use code that states alternatively, and we bolded that in our comments, in conjunction with the review of a subdivision application, the county commission shall be authorized to grant variances subject to the requirements of this section 9.13. That would only be as if we were looking at a subdivision here. We're not. And so normally the commission wouldn't be the party that's looking at this pursuant to our land use code.
Because it's not a subdivision.
Exactly.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Well, then, I mean, are you saying that we can't approve this variance?
I'm saying that your current land use code, if you want to suspend, the commission can do many, many things. But how the land use code is drafted now, you guys have normally delegated that authority to Craig Call. So if you want to suspend that, sure.
Okay, but I'm just curious why
In the last land use code revision that touched on this, I remember there was a change because there was something weird with what was coming to the commission. So I think that that's where it got a little vague and confusing. But typically, I think I've been here for one of these. It has just gone straight to the hearing officer. So
okay, but I guess to me, it makes, since we've already invested all this time listening, and I don't think this is a super difficult issue. I'd be inclined just to decide it ourselves. But if you're saying that that's not what our land use code says,
it's not what land use code says. I know that's
why is it on the
comment
agenda here?
We have included our objection to this. It's in the background. We laid out 2 pages of why we didn't think it should be before you guys.
Okay, so
it ventured here anyways.
Yeah, please.
So our department at first inquired about this process, whether or not it would come before the commission or be heard by the hearing officer. I think it was the end of March. So that conversation had been ongoing between our department and Chris Barrett at the time, and in the attorney as well. And I think there was some back and forth conversation. The attorney, even at that time, was recommending it be forwarded to Craig Call for smoother processing and consistency. I think Chris Barrett's comment was because the land use code does allow for the commission to hear that, it was, decided that if the applicant had preferred that the commission hear his variance, which he does, that it should be heard here. And I think the question of how you would view the word in conjunction with, because I don't know necessarily a situation where an applicant would present a request for variance that would potentially allow for subdivision to happen at the exact same time as having spent money on a survey and potential road improvement items and such as that for knowing if you're granted that variance. So the definition of in conjunction could, I don't know if that could be interpreted differently to mean that the applicant approached the department to do a subdivision. It was not able to go through because this variance needed to be granted. With or without that variance, then they could move forward to that next application process, which would be in conjunction in this process. I'm not sure how that would be interpreted legally.
Yes, I haven't looked at is the sections of the code. So, I don't have any opinion about what it says. I mean, I do think if we were starting from scratch, we might want to allow different options, but having already looked at this and decided, it makes me not want to kick the can down the road, but that's not a legal argument or anything like that. And so
regardless, you could have the public hearing today. I mean, that's what it's slated for.
Mary, did you have something you want to say?
If it was going to call.
Well,
I mean, that's what it's slated for word here.
I've looked at this and it doesn't, to me, it's like one of those times that there's some rule that makes a lot of sense in other places that doesn't necessarily make sense here. This addition just seems like a simple thing to do, that it is going to allow a business in the community to expand. And I don't see any reason to worry about sending it to Mr. Call or to kick the ball down the road. Perhaps have the public hearing, but I would like to see this come before the commission next, if not next time. In 3 weeks it would be.
Thank you, Mary. May I speak, Jock?
Yeah, please, Trish.
Yeah, I mean, I have visited this site. Mark is an employer of a number of individuals in this community. I think, I can't remember what his staff is, 7 or something. And, full-time people. He started this business from scratch and is just attempting to expand and employ more people. And when you go to this site, he can't put it on the side. That's where all of his trucks and trailers are. So to put it in the back and have that variance of 2 feet, I think it's simple, and I don't think this is something that we need to be pushing farther down the road. I think it's a decision that the commission can make and let him move on with his expansion so that he can have more workers in that shop producing more products for this community.
Thanks, Trish. Bill had his hand raised first.
So I'm not totally understanding, but we can start the public meeting process. Let me finish totally, Stephen, so you understand where I'm going. Can't we start this? Can we still get Mr. Call's opinion on this? And yet we could still, as a commission at the next meeting, say that we're still going to go ahead and allow Mark to do this. We will let him weigh in. I mean, I don't totally understand the legal side of this.
So honestly, if I'm not Mr. Call will make his own assessment. Variances are more difficult to obtain. It's probably more likely, if I were wagering or if I was the applicant, I would probably prefer the commission look at it because you guys are more likely to approve it than Mr. Call would be. Mr. Call will look at the letter of law, look if it's really meets these things, because the goal is not to encourage variances. That's why you have the land use code. You don't want everybody coming down and saying, give me 2 more feet, give me 2 more feet. So if you do it for one, another person is going to say the same thing. Hey, my shop, I want 2 more feet. That's why variances have stricter rules and stricter guidelines. That being said, if this is something that you guys are saying, we want our land use code to allow us to consider that, that is the commission's choice. The commission can do those things, but the commission does so with the understanding that this is a public process and somebody else may, in the similar circumstances, say that they want the same thing. So that's why there's very unique circumstances. When you look at the language, it says that it's essential to the use of the property and those other terms. An attorney is going to read that very strictly, whereas a commission might be softer on it. So that's.
So Stephen, is the jeopardy here that that we're setting a precedent, basically?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Yep.
Let me Jenna, if you have something to add though.
Yes, actually, to piggyback off Stephen, there are at least 3 people I know that are watching the outcome of this application to see how the commission is making the choice, if they're meeting that letter of the law and meeting the hardships required. So there are people waiting to see how this is determined. And just in my previous experience, with zoning variance hearing boards, it's strict, like Steven says, it's hard. So it is setting a precedence.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenna. Kevin?
Yeah, so I've no doubt that Stephen's exactly right about, interpreting, what our land use code is in terms of who grants variances. But when he makes the point that, if it goes to a hearing officer, they're going to be super strict, that makes me want to change our land use code so that we can do it locally, because I don't think super strictness is appropriate, especially with these setbacks like this. For example, in this particular case, it's, from Mark's point of view, it's a rear yard, but from the adjacent parcel's point of view, it's a side yard. And so they only have, so they can come within 10 feet of the property line, but he has to stay 20 away, which kind of doesn't make sense. And if you just look at the, side, so, when we write land use code and we say, rear setback, side setback, blah, 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 that's a vast oversimplification of the kind of, topography and street, it just, so I guess, the fact that if the hearing officers are inclined to be rather strict about this makes me want to, not go that route. And, if it's too late to do it, or it's something in the future. I mean, again, just, speaking about the merits of this particular thing, I do think there's something unusual here. A second thing would be, I think on the adjacent lot, if I'm reading it right, because of that riparian area, I'm not even sure that it's buildable on the other side of the property line. Is that, am I wrong about that? Or are they?
No, it just goes steep downhill.
Okay, so it seems like these, if everything was flat and our streets were rectangular, I think we had that in mind when we made up these rear setbacks, side setbacks, blah, blah, blah. And this differs from that situation in a number of ways. So I would feel very comfortable saying, based on this yellow highlighted stuff here, that this deserves a variance. So it's just my 2 cents.
And to that point, the commission ultimately writes the land use code. So if you're upset that they're going to enforce the land use code with the metrics that you guys are putting out there, then you guys can change the metrics. They're using your guys' language for variance. And that's why the language for variances are strict, because you don't want this coming forward. If you say we don't want that officer, you can definitely do that. But there's going to be a queue saying, hey, can I have an extra couple more feet? And if that's something that the commission wants to regularly hear, you can definitely.
Well, but I do think there's provision in here that I thought I maybe don't have it in front of me, but, having to argue that, this is like, if you just want an extra couple of feet because, hey, it's only 2 feet. I mean, that applies to every single lot, and so that's not a good request. I think in this case, they've said there's some unique things about the configuration of lots and the topography and blah, 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 which means, that, if we were to grant this variance on a setback, I don't think that would open the floodgates, because I don't think there's a single other lot that's similar to this one.
I think when your statement earlier, when you said that the lots in Moab aren't square, I think this happens a lot. Again, ultimately, it's your call, but these circumstances, you're going to see topography like this, and you're going to see other circumstances that are similar. So setting the bar high for variances, I would just really encourage, if that's what the commission wants to do, to just keep a very careful eye on it. So.
I have 2 questions, actually, in regards to the hardships that are required to be met and defined here, and also reflected in the land use code, further supported by state code. So those are defined in the state code. It's not just the land use code.
And state code is really restrictive. State code, the variances are not they're not the norm. They're variances. It is weird. They're unique. I know I'm repeating the same words, but even the state is like, we don't want to see 1,000 of these applications just because people want less setbacks. So, and they're set by they have the state code, and then they're replicated with our local code, and our local code can be more restrictive than what the state code can be.
Have seen one example of the discussion could potentially be around, amending the land use code in some way to allow for some grace, and maybe not all of these be seen as a variance. I've seen versions where the code would define some minimal percentage of allowance, something called like a de minimis application approval. So maybe it's like 3% of what's required to be allowed without a variance, something like that could be an option.
True. But at that point,
It's allowing
if
everything.
you're gonna allow it for everybody, why not just amend the entire land use code and say our setbacks are gonna be, you know, that's the slippery slope, so.
Yeah, or another thing you could say is where, you know, a rear setback is adjacent to a side lot setback, then we treat them both as side lot setbacks, and that would be 10 feet in this case. I think that's, if everything else goes south, I would be in favor of, you know, putting that in place to help you out.
Well, I think.
What? Yeah, I have to open the public hearing. Sorry. Yeah. All right.
I was gonna just say, I'm getting the sense that the commission would like to move forward
Yeah.
with this, so I think.
Open a public hearing, right? I was going there for sure. All right, yeah, I agree. This is a public hearing, so I will now open the public hearing for a variance dimensional at 1360 Overlook Road, Antonuccio, parcel number 02-0OVL-0003. And I would now entertain any public comment. Is there anyone here in the chambers who would like to come forward and make a comment at this public hearing? Mark.
I guess that.
Great.
Yeah, that's me. As Kevin was saying, as you go up our road, you have the property, we're going up a hill. We have the property under us that is encroaching into this area. I understand that that's how their building is sort of situated. Then you have a house above that also has a setback of 8 or 10. And we're just stuck in the middle. We have all this room behind us. We're only trying to take a small section of it to try to build the addition off of the roof line so that it could be somewhat cost effective and not take up any more of the land that we need to use to be able to come and go with our work trailers. In the front, we have wood deliveries, garbage, recycling, other access to the other units. The back is the best place for it to be. I'm not trying to just take some land that I'm not offered. It's just what really makes sense for our property. We're trying to just provide a service for this town. We're not like getting greedy with anything. I know that this is a long legal process for you guys, but it would be great if we can figure out how to do this. It's been a long road for me and I haven't gone very far except for she's been helping. So it's like a lot of work. I'd really like to see it. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Mark. Anyone else here to make a comment? Yes, please. Yeah, if you come forward and then, yeah, actually you could stand at the podium if you want, or take Jenna's seat. That's fine. Okay.
My name is Kathy Bobby. I've worked for years on what is referred to as the Casey property, which is right next to Mark's. And he's been a great neighbor, and I just want to say that I support what he is trying to do with his business and what he needs to do in order to continue his business. And I see it as being no negative impact on business neighbors.
Great, thank you. Do we have anyone on Zoom who is here to make a comment at this public hearing? Okay. All right, well, as we do with public hearings, I guess we don't have another meeting for 3 weeks, so I could keep the public hearing open for 2 weeks instead of 1. Any normal standard operating procedure would be to keep it open until the following Wednesday at 5 o'clock. But it's a quirk of the calendar. We have a 3-week period, so it seems like we could take public comment until the following week. I guess it doesn't matter probably. So I'll just go with what we've got, and I will keep the public hearing open until Wednesday, the 23rd at 5 p.m. And we would solicit public hearing at the commission's email. Thank you, guys. All right. let's see, it's late, losing track of things. We are to our discussion items, and our first discussion item is item number 16, final review of HDHO revisions prior to bringing to Planning Commission for recommendation at a public hearing. Elisa.
Late, or our minds are going to mush, but this really will be the last time that this will be on your agenda as a discussion item. We do plan to bring it forward at the public hearing for this land use code amendment. The Planning Commission had not met in a while due to the holiday on July 24th and the way the days of the months worked out in August. So we finally reconvened after about a whole month of not meeting with the Planning Commission last night and had a very productive discussion, checking in to see what they felt about the revisions as they are currently drafted. Their main concern really was this, the idea of introducing an income cap as part of the eligibility standards. And that was where we kind of landed with the last discussion, where we were talking about trying to make some kind of alternative way for self-employed workers to qualify as AEH. And so that was one of their main concerns, is that becomes very tricky in terms of verifying income, and a lot of times self-employed folks might have a very different way of reporting their income on their tax returns and whatnot. So they were concerned that maybe that was not a good idea. And then I think that they were leaning towards probably more, and I know for sure that they originally were leaning more towards just providing the alternative of being a resident for 5 years or proving residency within zip code.
Yeah, that was my memory, Elisa, they just were leaning towards just having that 5-year residency requirement.
And remember, so what conclusion did we come to before when we discussed this? Was it?
I think it was just having a 5-year residency requirement.
Versus, I thought it was 5 years plus income test.
That's where I thought it was.
Okay.
The income. No, I think the concern came that salary and income can be very different, and that people could have a great deal of income and yet not show much of a salary. And so that that was just a very difficult thing to do. But we also didn't want people to be able to live here for like 5 years and not need to have the HDHO, but think, well, this is a great deal. And I think that was where the concern was, and I don't remember where we landed.
Okay, but I guess that's what I'm trying to do, is remember where we landed, so we don't have to repeat the discussion. So Lisa, you thought it was 5 years plus income below some threshold to be set. Okay, and then so the Planning Commission is coming back and they're saying, we think you should reconsider and just make it 5 years. That's what the Planning Commission says.
5 years with maybe combined, like a reduced percent of local clients with 5 years of residency. That's what they originally had suggested, like 50% versus 75%, but with the primary residency 5 years.
But if someone's been here 5 years, then they do or they don't have some restrictions on what percentage of their clients.
It would be combined, but he would reduce these were just options for them to take. But yeah, I could see, the other option that they did discuss was just removing the local 25 or 75% of your clients being based in Grand County. I think it's actually probably a good compromise to leave that one in there at 75%, and then if you feel okay with removing the income cap and just having the alternative eligibility requirement be that they can prove they're self-employed, but they've worked or they've lived in Grand County or 84532 zip code for the last 5 years.
That Elisa seemed to be what kind of, to me, the Planning Commission was stating, and Mike was there too, so he might have a different feel on what that was, but that seemed to be kind of the general consensus.
And And why is it felt that an income test would be difficult? I mean, lots of aspects of this are difficult. I think the income cap kind of gets more directly at what we're trying to do. So
One of the reasons was that they stated was that it's very, your reported income as a self-employed person can be quite different than what we really need.
well, if you're not cheating on your taxes, it should be exactly what it's supposed to be, right?
Well, okay, if you're.
It was reported net gross.
Business, you might have your gross and your net might be very different, and depending on the swings of your.
But can't you just say, AGI from your IRS 1040 form, that number, that's what most people use, right?
So
Is that the only red line portion?
that was really the main thing. The only other thing that, I mean, just to make sure that I'm being fair in presenting the comments that they had, was that one PC member just expressed the concern about the idea of allowing owners and managers of multifamily developments to not be qualified as actively employed households. So.
The multifamily being apartments.
Yes.
Ultimately, it's the commission's call. I appreciate the planning.
Yeah.
That other commission, sorry, my brain's going.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, we went the rounds last time and it was slightly painful, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
We finally ended up on this. I don't know if you guys want to reopen the entire discussion on or not. I mean, really, it's kind of just if we don't want to go the rounds on it, we don't necessarily have to.
Yeah, I guess I'll say I haven't found any of the feedback from the planning commission all that persuasive. I mean, I think some of these are just judgment calls, but
we would need to insert a threshold if we want to have one.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna move to this. This is just some information we collect. The last time we updated this was back in May, but I don't know it's changed that much. Maybe it's gone down a bit. But for example, a condo, your average listing price is $293,800, all the way up to, I would say the only, we wouldn't really want to look at single family homes maybe as a good threshold. But maybe, but townhomes, you would go up to the average listing price is 719, and then down here, the required household income, if you were going by that, 30% of your income should be spent on housing. That would be equal to 156,240. So maybe I was just thinking this could be possibly a high range of that salary income.
I guess another, I mean, we already have means tested housing. It's just, the affordable housing. And so I think they use a local average mean, some percentage of AMI mean income, right?
Well, our median income in Grand County is quite low. And so if you were to do that, it would really be limiting the pool of.
No, scale it by median income. It's like to get into.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So right. So what is it like?
Moderate income, it would be like above. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, but I'm just what's the so right now these low income things, is it 125% of AMI?
That would be more that would be a higher income.
Okay. Well, but I guess instead of saying $150,000, which might need revision.
We wouldn't want to go with a specific.
We would say 200% of AMI or whatever gives a similar answer.
Yeah, I could chat with Caitlin about it because they have their scale. They scale up for very low, moderate to high.
Okay.
So
and the advantage of doing it that way is we've already got procedures in place that allow people, determine. So we would be doing the means testing exactly the way it's done for these other types of housing, except we would use some different multiple of AMI.
Right.
So that doesn't seem so hard. So.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to check back with y'all, and I appreciate the feedback. It's such a late hour. We will. I think what would be good, and I
think this would be okay to do is I could send you guys the final draft and then just get your, any final feedback.
And
via email.
then it comes back on the agenda.
Then it'll be a public hearing.
Okay. The things included in the packet, they were labeled as red line, but when I click on them, I didn't see any redlining. So.
Yeah, it's hidden. I have to go to settings.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I can send you that. Make sure that it's the actual.
It's live now. That Google Doc is still,
It's still live, yeah. Mhm.
So I don't know if there are changes have been accepted. That's trying to follow.
Elisa, are you sure you don't want to beat this horse for a couple more meetings?
I think we're good.
Yeah. So too.
Just get standing.
It's standing.
Right there underneath.
And I'm fine with not changing it. I'm fine with how it was originally drafted.
Okay,
Yeah, likewise.
yeah, we can try it out.
All right. Into that discussion. We've already done the ADO discussion, so our last item is TRT discussion. And Chris isn't here to lead us out on that one as per usual. So I don't know, Bill, you I guess requested to put this on. Did you want to start us off or?
Well, I personally think we need to kick this down the road a little bit. The only thing I will mention is that we got an email with some numbers from somebody out in the public that's put together information on TRT, and I would certainly have liked to have gone over those with Chris, maybe in the future, talk about them with Gabe, but I don't see any point in having a discussion at this point unless there's somewhere that we can look down the road and realize that we do have somewhat of a negative going on for our local businesses. I just think that needs to be stated. We've got to start looking at it. So,
yeah. Well, I understand that it's late and we might not want to prolong the meeting, but there is something in the packet, but I mean, the very short version is, we were on a certain trajectory. I think this is graph 3 graph, and then there was a COVID dip, and then there was a COVID bust, and now we're almost back to kind of the line, the trend. So if you look at just the last 2 years, which is what the submission we got from Matt Hancock did, he just compared the peak and now it's falling. And it looks like in the last year or two it's been falling, which is true. But that I think the larger context is it was falling from something that was extraordinarily high. And if you just instead said, okay, here's where we were in 2019. If you were asked people in 2019, what do you think our TRT is going to be, in 4 years, if we keep growing the same rate, it would be, a little bit lower than what it is now, but pretty close to what it is. So I think there's various ways of looking at it, but I don't see, the claim that things are going very badly. I think that's hard to support personally. Mike. Sorry.
Without looking at the peak and valley of COVID, or the valley then the peak of COVID, 13% quick math says we're down off of what we should have been at due to projection.
I'm sorry,
13%.
13% of
where if we were to follow projection, we're 13% down, and I can verify that we're.
Your business.
Yes.
13% down. Got it.
I could say we're fully off that because we're 16% down. But that I speak in speaking with 4 businesses today at lunch that it's not just a one-off. I spoke to many different fields today, and it's a downturn. There's many reasons for that, but I mean, I would like to talk further with Gabe on that, so that the kicking it down the road is a thing. But I see a downturn, but I need to talk a little bit more.
I think some of the stuff that Mike's going to bring it up, that it's hard to capture with TRT. And if we want to look at this, how do we normalize some of these numbers? is that as the room rates go up, we're still collecting a similar dollar amount, even if the occupancy is dropping. Because if our tax collection is a percentage and a room goes from $100 a night to $200 a night, you know, and it's half as many people, it's going to kind of stay level. And I think that using just TRT is a tricky thing. And that's why I appreciate other things like the traffic data and things like that. But I don't know if there's a good way to kind of capture some of those individual stories of different businesses, but not that it's reassuring, but the first couple graphs that really show we're not alone in this is kind of reassuring to me. You know, on graph number 1, we're the 3rd highest county, and graph 2, we're still like the higher than all the other counties that are reporting, or, you know, higher than average from the other counties reporting. So not to say, oh, everyone's struggling, we don't need to swim, but it's I don't think that it's a unique thing to Grant County. And so I think that normalization that's showing up in graph 3 is just kind of paints a clear picture to me for some of the reality of what's going on in the state.
Okay, I'd like to
But
follow
I think
up
the
on
other important thing is that TRT is just, that measures total dollars that come in for lodging. And it, you know, if room rates double, it's going to go up. But also if we build like a bunch of hotels, it's going to go up, even if we build so many hotels that everyone's occupancy is going down. So it's perfectly consistent to say that, you know, our TRT revenues are skyrocketing and every single hotel owner is struggling. That can happen if you build lots of hotels, and that's exactly what we've done. There's a lot more hotels and condos, et cetera, than there were a few years ago. So, but I think the thing is, it just shows that those things are disconnected. So, you know, if someone's in a lodging business and they're struggling, you know, more people doesn't necessarily help, because if more people means more of the competition. So I think it just, I think we need to think of other ways to like look at this and not just, you know, simply say, you know, more advertising, bring up TRT, that's going to solve our problems, because clearly it hasn't. You know, TRT is up and your business is down 13%. That just sort of shows that you know, trying to increase that TRT number is not the answer to it.
I'll acknowledge, like Mike said, I definitely want to acknowledge that businesses are struggling, including businesses that I'm associated with, and it's sometimes you can look at all the numbers in the book and graphs and see what's coming in, and the bottom line is people aren't doing well or as well as they have been, and that counts for something, and it's absolutely worth a discussion. Bill?
Yeah, I think that we need to push this discussion definitely based off of tonight, but this continual trajectory that you think that we're still climbing on, we've got to start realizing when those numbers show that we are in 4th place out of 5 national parks visitation number wise, that's affecting our economy here. And so that some of those graphs that come in, we do need to look at this more thoroughly, and tonight isn't the place to sit here and debate all of this.
I will agree with Bill on both of those points that, yeah, it is something we need to look at, because it might mean that, you know, we need to obviously manipulate our budget if we know that things are softening, and we need to ride with that. So, but I agree, Bill, it is time to call it for the evening.
Great. I'll wait. I'll save my comments.
Okay.
I will make one more comment. I think these national park comparisons are not very useful because of the timed entry, which kind of throws things off.
What? Because of what?
Because of time use, timed entry. So that compare our overall visitation is not as strongly coupled to park visitation because of the timed entry. Like they're heading in opposite directions. They used to always head the same.
And I think Zion's traditionally had higher visitation.
It does, because it's so close.
All right, I think we'll call the discussion to be continued, and I will adjourn the meeting at 9:48.